let's do the usual tests. Bird is on the screen,
Bird
has
on.
been deployed.
Shields up, weapons online. Bird engaged. Tactical bird deployed.
That's right.
Emergency bird. Have you ever needed a burb? You're in luck. Here at twitch.tv/Malachi.
Hey, Bet and Isakawa. We're just delaying starting a little bit because Sheep is right here now, but probably still let him log in and such. But then we'll get to it. Hello.
Hey, buddy.
How's things with you, Sheep?
What?
How are things
You
with
also
you?
hate trains.
I mean, I'm late because I had to take a shower, and that basically summarizes my day.
All right.
Have you ever tried to card wool before? This is actually something I can say yes to.
Yeah,
Hard
I
wool,
can,
Yeah.
it has a very particular smell.
Preparing and separating wool before using in a spinning wheel to make thread that you put in an actual hand loom. I've done that. I know how that works.
Me too.
Same.
I went to a little country school. I also cut the wool from the sheep.
They did not
Surprisingly
keep.
enough, I've never done that.
They've not kept. They did not keep actual sheep at the county museum where I worked.
Oh no!
So,
One of the parents of the school let us come and do their dirty work for them. Thank
sounds like you were
you.
just outsourced labor.
Isn't that? I mean,
It's a
yes.
learning experience. They work for themselves, really.
You never realize how much cheap shit can be in that fur or that wool until you have to wash it by hand. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. If only all sheep took more showers, like sheep do. That's what I'm saying.
A service to the
only.
community, really.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right. I'm going to send our viewers from this bird view, because otherwise I'm going to forget like last time, and I'm going to be describing all the things, and then they're not going to be seeing it. Here.
I want like a delay screen that is just like a zoomed out picture of the bird and it just slowly goes in on the eyes. Like slowly zooms in at the bird just staring
So
at
friendly.
you. Yeah. That's word. Those
So
words could be said.
the major bit of homework I've been doing this week is something we really needed for Epic Tier, and that's the big picture. On if you get into the server and you see our beautiful Dragon Coast map, you can then slide to the right and now see the continent of Faerun map. I've made little red squares here to show the size of the maps we've been working with. So far, we have our first heroic tier map, all the way down, almost half covered by the Dragonfane's token. Then we have our Paragon tier map here, in a larger red box, and now we have an epic tier. Because at this point, I don't expect you to go to the Shah Desolation, at least not unprompted. But you could. And whatever you do might well send ripples across this entire map in many different ways. I've marked down with color the sort of great powers around you, that I thought might be relevant to your actions, or that might help the understanding of what you're seeing. Beyond that, I've put several little points of interest, these red markers, to just say a little bit about something that I thought might be, like, some of them vaguely relevant to you, right? So things you might need to remember, or might want to ask about, but not really need to ask about, or maybe that you wouldn't know to ask about. Beyond that, I'll give you a little bit of a primer because we haven't really talked about how the greater world has developed through these many, many years we've been playing, because things have been happening very slowly. The alternative would be that I could have, I suppose, every year done a, like a water line increase, decrease update, but it just hasn't been relevant. But when we sort of look at the whole world, it becomes relevant. So we'll talk a little bit about that, and of course, if you have any questions about it, then feel free to ask. Can you all see the map? Is there anyone who has trouble loading it?
I can see it just fine.
Can see it. Yep.
The discerning viewer may note that this is a 4th edition map of Faerun, which, compared to what we have been using, does have things like water level differences already baked in.
Yes.
Like you'll see the Long Arm Lake that's above Nakfleck City is not as extensive as it has been on our overview map of the region.
There are some discrepancies.
Cartographers being what they are, it's an unreliable
they don't have
situation.
A bird's eye view, the truth is somewhere in the middle or something. I think it's close enough to be workable at least.
Also note that direct road to Proscure from Cormyr instead of hooking all the way around the Stormhorns.
Yeah. It was described very, very a long time ago now, actually. I had primarily forgotten until I looked back at my notes. They were being interfered with by a dragon turtle.
I remember that.
Road. But after a while, they invested enough in it to sort of slowly get it done. That said, Cormyr here certainly suffered more than they have in the general canon. So, though there is a path, it is far more treacherous than otherwise would be. They simply haven't had the time or effort to really invest in it.
Somehow Cormyr's been having it worse. I can't imagine.
Yeah, their control of Tizir is one of the things that in canon happened pretty quickly and without too much effort, really. But here certainly was. It took decades long.
Dragons.
So they're we had that whole thing about once they get either Tizir or Westgate, they can begin influencing Dragon Coast, and that was basically delayed by many years.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, Proscure was burnt down somewhat. Elver Salt got burned down. There's been raids and centaurs and all sorts of things rampaging through. The place is really in a much worse state than you might think. So.
I feel like there's less to influence in like even Tizir, like look around Tizir and it's like, well, there's Westgate and there's Tizir, and then it's like, ooh, a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't that much there.
Yeah,
there used to be more life and activity like around the southern shore of the Dragon Coast.
Yeah,
but
even when they got it, it's less variable now. There's not a lot of bustling trade,
Yeah, beyond that, you have the Shadowvar in the north here, with their large sort of a black cloud of Shar influence, spreading really continuously.
That's pretty big.
There is in many places not much really stopping them from spreading out here further west. Mostly impoverished, corruption-rife nations that a handful of dark wizards can mess with fairly easily. Though it, of course, is far less valuable than Cormyr. I mean, that's the dream.
Yeah, that used to be basically just a vast fucking wasteland that like trade road would like go through.
Yeah, the Centaur had quite a bit of influence here, but there isn't really much here. There's orcs and some giants, and random steppe people and whatnot. Yeah. So they're vast, but it's very undeveloped. Their powers and they're fewer but powerful wizards. You got Thay over here, the big red Thay. Quite distant, but I thought, they're actually rather imposingly sized when you sort of put them down. Along with their their various border states here.
I
can-
feel like they're moving a little too close to Reshiman. What is this?
You know, they're always pushing. And then you have these teal states of Akleron, Thesk, and Akadur. Well, what remains of the Alliance of the Sea of Fallen Stars that is currently acting to aid Cormyr should Sembia attack. They typically, at least not Akinul, but Akleron and Thesk, have from time to time allied trying to stop Thay from expanding into them. And always, pretty much, Cormyr has come to their assistance. Thus, there is sort of a... they try to protect each other. Then you have Chisenta down south here, which used to be a really big deal. They used to have all of Akinul as well as Threskel. And have a dragon god called Chazar, which I think has been referenced in the past, but isn't here. He's disappeared in the spell plague, presumed dead, and really these two nations have just a terrible time. It's a very bad time. Lots of plague lands spreading and poverty dominating everything. Then you got Akinul, which is a nation of Genasi, who came from a whole different place.
There's a wood that's called the meth wood, and by
You like how
deciding
it's
it's
next
the
to the Smoking
Smoking
Mountains?
Mountains? Are you kidding?
You know,
And then the black ash playing
This
next to it.
game
Tell
was-
me more.
there's no references to drugs or any sort of substance abuse in the Forgotten Realms.
I heard that it's legalized there, so you know.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, they put it all
It's called
together,
the
you know.
meth wood because of the meth mere. This sort of
Yeah,
sea
and then
of
the Smoking
amphetamines,
Mountains because I suppose they're smoking
you know.
the mountain.
It's something I do like about like the maps or like baked in like the natural terrain feature. You can see like how the land's mouth is like rendered to the west of the Giants Front Mountains. And if you look beyond the Plague Rot lands, you just see how vast the underchasm itself is.
Yes.
Right?
It's where the Sea of Fallen Stars has been draining into. Very unhappy drought on there. First, stones rain down on them from all above, and then water floods them. So,
Ralph in all editions really just got the bad. Like,
I mean, it of course didn't help the dwarves here of East Rift. They also had some people fall.
they're already trapped in Lost, the Spider Queens, whatever evil scheme, and be captured forever. And now there's also water and rock pouring down on their faces.
Well, there's,
There has been no point at any time in any of the history, in anything forever, in any game or any presentation that the beneath ground section of the world has been presented as something that's a good place to live.
It's true.
No, it's absolutely terrible. I mean, look at what happened to gnomes when they lived there for a while. They got all sorts of superpowers, right? That's the Malorite way.
I wish I could fucking develop
The ones that survived got superpowers. Yes.
I remember Throne of
render
Night
you
being a
blind.
drow walking into
Yeah.
a Swift Neptune village and thinking, wait, these guys can all cast blindness, deafness,
Permanent,
and have
we'll
spell
just be
resistance.
permanently fucked.
and
Yeah.
dodge AC. Oh god.
Could not fucking like what
City
the
Guard
fuck,
21 AC, you're like,
Jesus.
Yeah.
Freaking
Swift Neptune, how do they not rule everything?
Phew. Congratulations on your homework, Manike.
Yeah,
did it.
thank you.
Yeah, this looks great.
Yeah,
I
it's
wanted
really
to
cool.
make sure that we could also spend a little time actually, like, adjusting to it. I don't know how much we're going to be editing a subject, but I think it puts into perspective our map and all the things we have had going on, right?
Absolutely. I think it does good to put that sort of perspective, not just in our minds collectively, but also in that of the viewers, to see just how large the continent of Faerun is. Not the planet of Toril, but the continent of Faerun.
There's several other continents. I don't think we're going to be involving them. It would be more likely some other planes that overlap with this one, but going to other continents would be, yeah.
dragon spelljammers.
That would be us, like, traveling to Abir, or perhaps Luna, the moon, or Saloon, or I forget the actual name of the moon. Damn it, it doesn't matter.
Saloon.
Yeah, Saloon, there we go.
Yeah, it's the
Uh,
enemy of Shaw.
yeah. Yes, since you had some self-imposed homework, before we get started with a recap and like goals and stuff, I had a bit of self-imposed homework too.
Mhm.
These past 2 sessions have put maybe Zuri Leader through an emotional ringer, from the depths of Cindermoon's feelings to the surge of Yinka's ritual. I consequently have been challenged in my perception of my own player character and how to play her moving forward. Now, when I created her, I went along with 4th edition's Player's Handbook and its personality descriptor section. Relaxed, easygoing, patient. And I believe I've exhibited those to varying degrees over all the sessions we've played. This mindset's at the core of no effort wasted, a compulsion as fickle as the dragon herself, and to wit, it has been invoked the least of the compulsions. If she is convinced that something is worth doing, then she will commit everything until the thing is done, or until it's no longer worth doing. The problem, such as it is, I believe, for everyone, basically, is been convincing the dragon to care. She's miserly with her energy, and has been willing to wait and see whether someone will solve the problem for her, or whether it's actually got to be a big enough deal for her to care. Your college student procrastinator at work. Circumstance changed, though, at least temporarily. Yinka's ritual has flooded the dragon with more energy than she can expend, a fact which will remain until Yaffel's current incarnation dies. As a result, until that happens, I will be exaggerating my dragon's personality. And that no effort wasted compulsion, she's on the spare no expense mindset. Because the threshold for how she has to care, is going to be dramatically lowered, because she has more energy than she's ever had before, and she can't possibly expend it all. And so there is no effort that can be wasted, because she has all of the effort, more effort than she ever fathomed, and she is going to be burning all of it simultaneously and still never get through it. Until Yaffel's incarnation dies, that's how I'm going to be playing her in her approach to everything.
Red.
And how her poor followers are going to interpret that, I have no fucking clue. Because folks like the gardener, who have been with her for like 80, 90 years, will have never seen what this dragon's going to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, his priorities are pretty grounded.
They sure are.
Hey.
Yeah. All right. I suppose before we go into a recap, I think we'll take the chance to have this little section of a lore dump. So now you've all looked at the map here a little bit, and I want to tell you some things. But before I do that, do you have any questions about it? Is there anything that seems unclear, or any particular region you want expanded upon a little bit somewhere?
Nope, not on my end.
Sounds like that's the
I think I'm good for now.
yeah. All right. So the first thing we should talk about, because this is something your dragons would be aware of, right? We just haven't really, and I've tried to show it throughout the play, but well, let's just state it here, so it's direct. Because of course we've been playing through a lot of the 4th edition sort of canonical era. There's a lot of events happening all over the world, and I've sort of divided those into 4 major themes that I think we should take a look at and just see how they have developed throughout our playtime. The first one is spell scarring. At the beginning of our game, we were shortly after the spell plague. There was a lot of spell scarring. People were very afraid of it. some degree rightly so, and some people were very attracted to it. It happened easily because there was lots of sources of purple or blue spellfire. We encountered multiple cults, and this, in fact, used to be a travel line from Tessir and south, where people would try to get down to the plague-wrought land and Orm-Petar, where they would try to empower their spell scars even further than they used to. The Emerald Enclave tried to stop them from passing and tried to just get rid of them. Not fans of spell scars, as most people aren't. And yeah, we really saw a lot of these refugees trying to find some way to empower themselves in their hopeless situation. Having been banished from their homes and often by their families, they sought to use what power they had now gained and really make a common identity. In canon, this did not go super well. Neither did it in our. It could have certainly gone differently had the dragons not interfered, but they did. In the end, violently so. This has meant that nowadays you don't really see spell scars. People hide them, and generally only proliferate them in secret societies and sort of creepy catacomb places. It's become very akin to sort of demon worship or something like that. So it's not a thing that is commonly seen or shown. Thus, you might notice we haven't really met anyone with one any recent time. Another major thing that has been happening is last thing too. People, generally humans, no longer remember the spell plague, and so they don't have as much of a sense of doom or cataclysm about it. We have a new normal in the world. This is the new normal. Elves, of course, are generally very sad because they remember, most of them, how things were. Dwarves are mostly hopeful because things have actually somehow gotten a little better for them. They used to feel like a doomed race. They've been given more life. They've been spreading out, finding all sorts of things to get into trouble with. The next thing is the Sea of Fallen Stars. As it was remarked, we've had an increasing amount of sinking sea. During the spell plague, the Underchasm and a few other places like the Land's Mouth collapsed down. Basically, the ground exploded in a massive explosion from some magical source under it, and produced earth motes, but also a massive sort of rift hole in the ground, kilometers deep, leading to whatever lies below. Usually parts of the Underdark now just deep under sun. This explosion has also made a large rift where water can drain into, making large waterfalls at the edges and even through smaller caves, as these chasms are beginning to fill the Underdark with nice salty water. This has made large amounts of migrations from the Underdark populations here. We've seen some of those in Dublin Westgate, and even the Emerald Enclave now somehow ended up adopting some spider mages and Duergar. The water fell a lot in the first couple of years. It decreased huge amounts, many meters. But as time has gone on, the decrease has become very slow. Even now, you might still, if you scientifically try to measure it, see a small decrease in the water level of the Sea of Fallen Stars every year, but it is minuscule. The shoreline is not really moving anymore, and certainly the people around here don't seem to think that it's moving. We're again with a new normal. The water level is smaller compared to what it used to be in Grandpa's time, but that's a long time ago. Another thing that happened during the spell plague was global economic collapse. The more isolated regions, such as they, mostly survived this collapse, instead having a little political upheaval. But for most of the world, the spell plague ended in disaster. Shifting terrain ruined many trade roads and infrastructure, Many places lost access to sea and waterways, and farms and fields burned in spellfire. Generally, this meant famine, it meant disease, it meant chaos, and as such, the end of sort of continent-wide and certainly intercontinental trade for a long time. When we began this game, poverty was pretty much everywhere. No one had any real money, and certainly the people trying to make some were mostly dwarves seeking to profit on their new ability to actually keep their population steady. Beyond that, you had nations such as Sembia trying to simply earn money by making dark deals and already beginning to be influenced early as they attempted to weather the storm and enjoy their luxuries. The lack of goods and wealth and generally trade is one of the themes of 4th edition. You have a world that has become so broken and separate that these big empires, as it basically is, have been able to consolidate their power quite a lot. They has mostly been unopposed. The nations around the Sea of Fallen Stars are weak. They cannot stand without aid. Cormyr itself has been expanding, but not so much because of wealth, but because it attempts to save these poverty-stricken regions outside of it, putting its warm mantle over them to protect them from harm. South, you have Amn, trying to find wealth in other places. Now, the sea didn't leave them so much, and they have been expanding, trying to renew their colonial empire. Sort of putting their fingers in everyone else's pies. As they do. One exception is the Lord's Alliance, a group which was mostly in the past had the job of stopping orcs from the Many Arrows Mountains from invading Mithril Hall and the Dwarf-Elf-Human Alliance of Luruar. Nowadays, the Lord's Alliance have grown and grown, beginning to include many members. Mirabar, Neverwinter, Waterdeep, Daggerford, Baldur's Gate, all the way down to the border of Amn, and all the way to Iriabor and Burdusk, the city-states that actually are on our map. These are all members of what is nominally a defensive alliance and what is currently developing more and more into an intervention force that attempts to not just protect themselves and each other, but also to stabilize and expand civilization to regions that once had it. Nominally, this is securing the long roads between the sort of powerhouses of the south, Baldur's Gate and sort of Iriabor, the center, which is mostly Waterdeep and Neverwinter, and the north, which is Silvery Moon, Mithril Hall, and Sundabar. Trying to connect them with their influence. The last thing that has really been happening, I mean, basically it means that the economy is beginning to do better, right? The new normal is that everyone has less money, but it's becoming fine. It's becoming okay. Famine doesn't happen as much. Now it's mostly because the shadow in the north. Trade is beginning to slowly pick up in regions where roads are being secured. The expansion of empires is securing the hinterland. Because the last thing that, of course, has been happening is indeed political expansion. What was once a teeming place full of many, many different nations of middling power has become a world of alliances or empires. The Shadowvar, sort of Netheril returned, have taken a large amount of land in the north, seeking to connect everything they have over the many weakened and poverty-stricken states of the unapproachable north and the edge of the Great Glacier. Once Damara and Vasa fall, once the druids of the Dunwood are dealt with, there'll be little stopping them from claiming that whole area as their dominion. Were they a less scrupulous nation, they might not look kindly upon the many orcs and ogres and giants and whatnot that live in this region, but the Shadowar are simply happy to put them to use. You have Thay, who surprisingly have not expanded much. Thay has been dealing with a lot of internal struggles, trying to root out rebels and such after the takeover of Sastam. Once he was a Solkir of necromancy, but he did sort of a coup taking over the Council of Solkirs for himself at the beginning of the Spell Plague. Having acquired a way to not be touched, or not have his magic be touched by the Spell Plague, he stood as one of the only people with any real magical power left in Thay at the beginning of it. This, well, preparation and other deals gave him enough power to take over the whole nation, which he has now consolidated to the point of few people thinking that anything else could really be done to stop him. That said, though, the bottom nations are always afraid of the time when Thay is done with their internal struggles and begins to look outwards. Tremish, we are aware of. It's been conquered by a dragon once more, but beyond that, not much has really changed. Mercenaries still come from there. Trade happens. It runs fairly efficiently. Doesn't really make a huge difference, especially if you don't live there. We talked about Amn expanding their colonial powers and threatening the Lord's Alliance, who in turn has unified in a much greater way. We talked about Netherrealm. Yeah. But that has been an ongoing thing. At the beginning of this campaign, we had a lot of independent city-states. We had a lot of independent factions, and that has been decreased. Mostly not because they've been killed by dragons, but also because Komir has been expanding, absorbing city-states. Assuming them, we have Shadowvar and Sembia nominally taking over places. That has been a global thing. There's been a decrease in independence, an increase in sort of consolidation for security or power, which has led us to where we are now. Yeah. Do you now have any questions?
Nope.
Comments?
That was a relatively succinct cruise through the 80, 90-ish years that we've played through of this campaign.
Again, it's not something that really changes from year to year, but over 80, 90 years, it's definitely something the dragons would be.
Right. And it's a scope of things that we can, like longer living races and the dragons can notice, if even if, the predominant species, humans, somehow don't.
Yeah.
It's only been 90 years. Like,
Yeah.
that's not even in dragon time. That's nothing.
Yeah. 3 times your lifetime.
Nothing.
And it's like, oh, I guess I have another, ideally, maybe another 1900 more to go.
Couple thousand.
Things go my way.
Yeah, I mean, shows why old dragons are somewhat rare. I guess because a lot of stuff happens. There's many ways to die in that intervening time. Mostly by getting involved in everyone else's stuff.
Which a
lot of old dragons try not to do.
a lot of campaigns only, from 1 to normal player character hero campaigns only is like a couple of years. I mean, if you have people rising to demigod every other year, dangerous to be a dragon out here.
Well, there's got to be clear reasons why it's not the Age of Dragons still.
Yeah.
You mean yet?
No, it's still.
Like,
See, the dragons had their time, and then it fell apart.
I mean, as the hobbits tend to say, yes, they had the first time, but what about the second?
second dragon time.
Malignus finally having studied the secret ancient
And this
Ah,
time,
yes.
we'll make
Catholic.
sure to befriend the elves first. Yeah.
That's what's really changed.
It is surprising actually that more dragons don't have a dislike for elves for what happened, but I suppose they don't really care that much about ancient history. Yeah. Well, good. Then I think we can begin to move into a recap of what happened last time. This was what I had about the introduction to our new big map. I could click on all these little interest points for the viewers, but I don't think you really need them. Right? You can always pause a video on YouTube and look up things on the wiki if you're interested in what all these various nations have been going on to. Good. Does anyone want to do Elrico?
Did it last time. If neither of you are so inclined due to your various draining days, I can do it again. It's not a problem. Cool. All right. So
Yeah, I'll admit I can't remember much from last time.
it's all right. Okay. Last session, session 107. We became epic here. We had little character transition blurbs to describe how it is our characters arrived and painting the scenes for what's going to happen ahead. You should check out last session's content to capture those blurbs. As for like actual in-game events, Varos Fire Shield, the Archdruid of Myliki, Gildenfire, the Elder Gold Dragon, departed the Gulfmere Forest in search of the Chosen of Sylvanas to aid and guide said Chosen, to eventually return with said Chosen in a relatively soon draconic period of time. Incredibly believable lies began spreading across the Dragon Coast, which firmly linked Velignith with the Thaans in Westgate, a situation Velignith found so preposterous he forgot about it, and has thus taken no action because it's simply unfathomable that anyone could believe that to be true. And yet it is a now entrenched belief. Kong, the undead stone giant, which lurks beneath the Giant's Run Mountains, visited Velignith and attempted to persuade Velignith through various methods to do the giant's bidding, to, like, we could make peace, that you could just break the final thing holding me here, and we can just go our separate ways for a time. But Velignith predictably rejected everything. He was threatened with a good time. The stone giant got nowhere. Zathasden and the Night Masks have located a rough location for a way into the deep tunnels beneath Westgate, where the Dragon Tomb is. I believe it's some access point through some sort of noble's basement. And Yenka, Velignith's pet red wizard minion, unearthed through the Tome of the Dragon, she's had a ritual to infuse draconic essence into other entities, draconic and non-draconic in nature. Emizure Legithir thus found a dragon a bit older than her, and bullied said dragon. I will not mention that dragon's name, although I do have it in my notes, because it's irrelevant. The dragon's name's irrelevant. The dragon got thoroughly destroyed and utterly consumed in a ritual performed by Yenka to pour that draconic essence into Emizure Legithir, which has, at least temporarily, altered her personality and how I'll be role-playing her. That's the gist of what happened last session.
Yeah. We also then have our goals, which are all up. There's things to do. So I'll just put them in our chat here and I'll put them up. So we have to integrate the Sleepers Council into the Marked, to re-establish the giant ritual sites. We have to remove Cormyr from the Dragon Coast, to assemble a force of psionic enemies of the Far Realm. We have to ransack the Palace of Nathland, and we have to locate the Dragon Tomb below Westgate. Are there any of those goals you all don't want to continue working towards?
Got no problem with any of them.
Good. Good. Then let us just go in and begin actual play. Normally, I would give you some sort of news about what has been going on, but this has been a rather quiet year. The world is somewhat waiting. Once more, we are in a place of still before the storm, as Sembia and Cormyr are watching each other across the lines. We've seen how Cormier's forces have pushed the Shadowar back past the Tilverton Scar, and has then been stalled. The alliance against them, arrayed by 3 nations, well, against Sembia, I should say, by 3 nations, has continued staying here, though what exactly they can do about should Sembia attack depends. Largely on the whims of the fleet of Umberlee, a force which has stayed and continued to rain down water on Westgate. It is really getting rather miserable to be there. This long, the streets are beginning to alter slightly, turning down as wood rots and as metal begins to rust. There are few people now who don't think it's time to pay Umberlee, and it would seem that the rains are beginning to cease. Whoever were staying out have certainly learned their lesson, though it took time, and at first many thought, "Ha! What can a bit of rain do?" After years of it, well, it turns out a lot, especially when you're not an aquatic creature. And those who are aquatic, well, they would be fools to scorn the Lady of the Sea. What this means for Ivandar High Castle and for the fleet is not known. Some speculation is that he will move to another target that is yet scorned. But perhaps the power he's holding over the region itself is inspiring some bit of fear. Certainly Cormier hopes it's not going to be them, and Sembia likewise. Somehow, Umberlee now stands with the power to very much end one or the other. He has not chosen yet, clearly, and perhaps some change in the current status quo might prompt him to do one thing or the other. We know at least that his alliance with Cindermoon didn't really work out. Yeah, that's what's on most people's thoughts these days. What will Umberlee do? Oh, I can't see
Means
what's
they're-
in Dragon's Minds.
Yeah, that means that they're not thinking about what will Valignif do. That's terrible.
Again, I put Valignith here on the map. His force is internationally recognized as existing. He controls most of the Giants Run Mountains here. I gave you a slightly different purple. It's hard to see from Cormier's purple here, but it's technically different.
Technically different, excuse me.
And that's
Well,
Literally.
really,
and that is
Cormier
you know,
should be afraid that your colors are close.
That's probably like when scholars think about the region, like, oh yeah, that exists. But I mean, it's basically under Cormier's thumb anyway. Maybe that's what the colors are supposed to
there's,
represent.
you know,
Yeah.
there's-
Also,
there's
I
dwarves.
didn't say anything earlier, but Medica, you basically said, oh, we're going into Epic here. We're zooming out in case you want to extend your influence all across the continent. I don't even have control over one single valley because things happen.
I have several valleys, really.
And yeah, I suppose
A floating island. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
feel in control.
But I mean, that said, you
Same.
feel in charge.
Yeah.
That said, you know, Fairfane is on the map. It's just that they haven't really shown people how hard they can punch recently.
Dragonfang has
I-
also been dealing with internal affairs.
Yes. Bickering with dwarfs.
Go for it though, you two. We're still in the middle of this year, as far as I'm concerned.
I say,
Like-
I would love it if the fleet of Umberlee went to Sembia and not stay here. How about leaving? Like, that sounds great.
All you
Even
gotta
if it
do
goes
is just,
against Shar. It just like,
perhaps if you speak with the Chosen of Umberlee and offer a suitable enough bribe, you'll fuck off the Sempia.
well, he's on a holy mission. I mean,
Yeah, Umberlee's holy mission is to fucking get her due respect, and that's money.
you know who has a lot of money and hasn't paid you a lot? compared to how much they have. Zambia. Just acquire like one of the nobles' tax bills or something. Just slide them over.
I mean, Evander's flagship is there, right? Anchored
Yeah.
outside of Westgate.
Yeah.
Looks like sort of you can imagine this rotting pirate galleon, right? Crewed by the damned and so forth.
Having
Is it
said that,
known- Sorry.
go ahead. No, sorry.
Is it known whether he was the original king of the Pirate Isle or if he was one of the Captain Council?
He actually it's known to you that he was older than the current Captain's Council. He was a
But
legendary.
I haven't known him there.
No, a legendary
Oh,
pirate.
thank God.
A legendary pirate, who is said to indeed have been Pirate King at this time. But
No, I mean, I assume that Umberlee doesn't just choose, random pirate. Who's best at lives dice, No.
Malachi has also intimated to us that most everyone involved with Westgate has tried to seek an audience with him, and he gives 0 fucks.
Yeah.
doesn't care because he doesn't have to. Word is that he's a pirate through and through. Uncouth, unpleasant, very direct. Maybe Relignith would like his methods of simply saying what he's thinking, not really caring for people's thoughts on the matter. He's dead, and as far as he knows, he's also immortal.
Yeah.
And has control
God.
of the sea and water and all the souls of people who die at sea, which is increasing every day. So
Thanks to him.
his actions are the actions of someone who doesn't believe they can actually fail.
God.
Again, very much like Valentia.
So jealous right now. God damn it.
That would be that would be where second tricks, right? Like this motherfucker right here, like
I'm chosen of Umberlee. She doesn't say that near water. She goes to the mountains.
This place looks dry enough for me to complain.
I love the paranoia there, where she just like looks around her lair, like voice her thoughts, and then just inches away.
Does acid technically count? It's a liquid. It's not water.
Well, they don't call her the bitch queen of liquid, so.
Yeah, that's right.
The bitch queen.
Yes. But that is the best name for a deity. God, one day I'll play a cleric of the bitch queen. It would be glorious.
That is what her name's like. Like even like the previous Cormyrian king was like, I mean, you got a fucking pair. Like,
There's no. If you live by the sea, if you're a maritime nation, it's not. Yeah, she's evil. She's bad, through and through. Yet, what are you going to do?
Yeah, but he's also a
Not use
deity.
the sea. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, what's your alternative?
the alternative is Saloon, the moon that might guide you through rough waters. But
But what if you could be guided and not have giant storms?
most people just don't want to risk it. And typically, the Temple of Umberlee has accepted donations that are small enough that it just, you could save the 10 gold, or you could, and probably die, right? Or you could pay it and live.
Yeah, I mean that's reasonable.
So,
and maybe live.
well, yes, of course. Umberlee's whims cannot be understood, but sailors are a superstitious lot, and yeah, that's why you have all sorts of things about what not to do or say on a boat, because Umberlee hears it. You're in for trouble.
There is something to it.
Yeah.
Don't go around being mean to Umberlee around sea. That's
This is an understated like privilege we as dragons have, the ability to fly.
yeah. It really is.
Anyone pretty much who goes on a boat, puts a prayer to Umberlee, whoever they are. Good people do it, evil people do it, because the alternative, it's just not worth it. Umberlee will probably let you live, maybe, if you're smart. Don't risk too much, and you're polite and sort of subservient to her while in her domain.
I mean, but Also, she's not like you can find a lot of evil deities that are a lot crappier. Like
Sort of on
she's
the same
super
level as
temperamental,
Malar, you know?
and sure she does whatever she wants, but at least she's not Char or Orcus. You know?
Uh,
I mean, it's true. She's not going to destroy the world. If that's
Yeah.
what you're.
Part of it, the sea, maybe she'll raise that, but you can't pay her money if you're dead. Well, you can pay an allegiance. Wait, you know what? That doesn't work.
it's probably time to move on now that you're
Yeah.
building rationalizations and justifications for the god.
Yeah.
Mm.
That said, is there something any one of you wants to begin accomplishing? Cheap, Harry? Oh, you're tired.
I was just allowing others to take initiative. I tend to immediately jump to things whenever you ask that. But Felingeth and his Force of the Dragonfane do want to start moving over in the direction of Westgate. There was a certain compulsion last time that I do intend to follow. The strategy is basically the main goal is to get control of that entrance to the tomb.
Mhm.
And Felingeth will basically accomplish that by more or less peacefully, unless there are obstacles in the way, moving his forces into Westgate, trying to find a location to basically temporarily make a base out of, and then have a bit of leverage to whoever owns this noble house with the entrance in the basement, so that he can take it over.
Yes. I should expand upon that. Just so you have a little more information about it. The place is called Keep Thalavar, and it is the place where the nobles of Westgate meet when they have their councils deciding citywide policy. It is it's the capital, right? It's the White House, if you will.
I mean, it's just a building. If they vacate the building, then no battles have to be
It
fought.
is just a building. That's certainly true.
Yeah,
But it has some significance.
I know. That's why I want it.
All right. Yeah. Westgate right now. Velictive comes with an army. So what are we talking when he sort of musters his power, right? In terms of might, I suppose. How much is he moving from the dragon thing?
Enough that anyone who might be concerned about him will be very concerned.
Okay, so enough that
It's not subtle.
it's
It's not explosive, but it's not subtle either.
it's an army. Not
Yeah.
a war
It's
band.
not the fortification breaking behemoths, but just
I
about
mean,
everything else.
They would come as well, but mostly to carry stuff initially.
Like their
You know,
big
it's-
armor
it's-
plating.
It's a bit of a caravan. We're moving into Westgate. That's not forbidden, right?
It isn't. No. We have room.
They-
Mercenary companies are certainly a thing. He will be will of course be asked, like, what's your purpose in Westgate? As the guy puts out his hand for one of Velignan's lieutenant to pay him to just go in.
This happened very recently.
Oh yes, welcome, whoever you are. I don't really care. Just go in. His people can easily pay their way inside without any real trouble. Finding a place is going to be as simple, really, as claiming a place. There used to be a lot more factions in Westgate, and certainly none of them are significant enough that if this dragon force shows up, there's lots of gangs that'll just sort of say, "Oh yeah, we're with you now. Can you kill our rivals? That'd be great." And whether he
Yeah,
does it
I
or
mean,
not,
If there's one thing that Velignus appreciates, it's initiative. And if one of those groups goes up to him and be like, "Hey, we're going to work for you. You just have to kill our rivals," then absolutely, that's perfect.
we're in a really bad spot, and we need someone to bail us out. But then we'll be with you. You need people in the city who can fail at getting things done previously, but definitely do better now. So yeah, it's represented. Westgate has tons of those people, right? They're not really soldiers. They're just sort of desperate people who have been desperate for long enough that they've developed some skill at solving things. Yeah, survivors. And a dragon showing up, I mean, assuming Relictus himself is in the head of this thing,
Oh, absolutely.
is definitely a way to get attention from people.
Yeah,
Beyond
that's
that, I
basically.
just realized like, one of the ways that Relictus might be getting in here, he might not even have to bribe anyone. The guards might just look at each other, look at Relictus' host, and open the door. They know who he's working for. So, of course.
Well, that's right, the Thaans.
They will not. They don't want any trouble with the. They.
I mean, sure, Relictus accepts that. It's a ridiculous rumor. If it works in his favor, then why not?
Would he think that it's because they know him? Like if they don't say anything and just move.
And probably.
Yeah,
Although
like, you know, hey,
Veliknev is
he's very insightful.
he's very observant. Like he would probably like realize that they're.
Yeah, he is very observant, but they're so far beneath him. Would he care?
I don't think he would care about their individual opinions, but the general gist of like Westgate's opinion, basically, on that scale, he would care. I think, and the
Right.
guards are, they're the mouth of the city, or part of the city at least.
I guess there's a vanity thing there. It's like, is everyone moving out of my way and respecting me because I'm a dragon and what I just did to the Black Network? Or because they believe I'm connected to Thet?
Well, people are very happy to attribute his conquest of the Black Network to also be with the alliance of Thay, thereby making it easier.
So,
conspiracy theories are rife about that.
yeah.
And really, it's not
So-
even conspiracy. It's confirmed truth to most people.
Yeah.
It isn't really a debated thing. The dragon works with the Thayans, some sort
Yeah.
of red scale, red robe alliance, and that, I mean,
Yeah, that means that Veligna's reputation here isn't the thing that's selling them over so much as him being an extension of Thay.
and really, most of these guards are like, and that's fine because we're getting paid by the Thayans and by Westgate. And the Thayans probably pay us more, so it's all good. It's all good, Dragon.
Paying their stupid money. Why do they have to be so rich and generous?
So massive and powerful. All the slave mining that they do, right? It's terrible. So, it does make them very
Yes,
wealthy.
it's wrong that they
Um,
do it and I don't.
But there's one faction here who definitely knows that you're not working with Thay, and that's Thay,
You think?
who have been frowning at this idea that they're working with the Red Dragon. On one hand, they aren't, and they're not sure why people think that they are, beyond the fact that this dragon must have told people that he now works for them, which is interesting, but also their previous interactions has not brought them towards that. So Thay is mostly on this manner somewhat bemused and have tried to find whatever link might have revealed this information. They don't really know what it means, and I think now the Ridiculous shows up with an army instead of sets up a headquarter, which we don't really need a role for that. I mean, given the circumstances, you could just do that. Beyond that, you know Cephiston, who can definitely point you to people who can aid in whatever ways necessary.
It might be difficult to refuse Thayan messengers now and swat them away and tell them no.
Yeah, because certainly they show up, right? He's been here for a short while. He's found the right kind of building. I imagine it's like a defensible compound,
Yeah,
of some
bit,
sort.
bit of
He
a
can-
small town in and of itself.
Yeah, some sort of building. Yes, a block. Forward. I mean, his people will call out that a group of gnolls have approached, led by a red wizard. Common sights in Westgate these days. Lots of gnolls have been appearing from the the Enclave, they move through the Fey Gate, right, to sort of slowly fill the town with red-marked gnolls who only speak Gnoll or Thayan, so the locals can't really bribe them easily. They also have a tendency to just eat you if you really talk to them too much. They're very vicious. Yeah. How does Rick react at the news that Faye has come?
It's not unexpected. He knows who's who in Westgate, and the only thing that really is on his mind is how much he has to kill Faye to get what he wants here. Like, he wouldn't mind getting involved in a bit of a fight with them, even if that's not the primary goal. It would be like cherry on top, you know. But he won't press it unless it's necessary or, you know, provoked.
The Red Wizard is, and perhaps to his delight, is definitely on guard approaching here. He comes alone with the gnolls. I mean, he doesn't have any other Red Wizards. He doesn't even have his like special guard with him, which suggests a couple things. Figure out whether you can probably figure out some of them. As yeah, I mean, he'll near the compound and then call out and say, "It is rare that your kind comes to this place, and yet it has happened frequently lately. Might I have a conversation with Velignith the Red?"
Velignith will like fly up top onto a nearby roof, one of the buildings that is part of his compound, then hop down to stand perhaps like ever so slightly too close to this wizard. She leans down and says, "I couldn't care less whatever of my kind are doing here or not doing here. This city has very little to offer for us. Except it does happen to offer something very important to me, hence why I'm here. You and yours do not have to be an obstacle in my way."
You know, it sounds like you're here for an interesting reason, then. And he will move to hand something, bring something out from his robe. It's a letter. We'll hand it towards Swinburne. I'm sure one of your compatriots can read this, but I can also simply state it. It's an invitation to visit our enclave. You personally invited. You will be given a meal as you desire it. Beyond that, we wish to talk. We can be generous, and it appears that many people have the idea that we are somehow already aligned. Now, perhaps we should aim to make this a reality. Perhaps we could work together on whatever issue you have that brings you and this force to the city. When do you think it would be convenient for you to arrive at our enclave?
I will not send a written response, rather I too will simply state things. I have no interest in a meeting in your territory, even if it is still Westgate. If you want to talk to me, you can bring your people here. I do not wish to talk about the reason why I am in Westgate, although I suspect with your influence and your informants, you will hear about it soon enough. Suffice to say that part of it will involve me taking ownership of the city's Capitol building. And last but not least, I have heard about the rumors of us supposedly working together too, and find them ridiculous. I have reasons to dislike Faye, unfortunately. Although, perhaps there could have been a place and a world where I would have considered working with Faye, but alas, it will not happen.
Have we somehow offended you? My superiors informed me that we had been most courteous with you in the past, at least as far as we have been concerned.
I take offense to face meddling far away from your home territory. In fact, I take offense to face meddling in general.
I'm sure you can understand. The power of Thay cannot be contained within a geographical location. But I understand it can be threatening to be on the outside. We
Not
are inviting
threatening.
you to a meeting to discuss how you can be of use to us and how we can pay you for that use. Consider it. Thay is generous. And should you attempt to act against the city simply unprompted, you understand, of course, that Westgate will defend its own. This city is fiercely independent, and though we have some sway, some friends within the nobility, it is not like we have complete control of it. We can do whatever we want. The Enclave and the Invitation is just that it is part of Thay. But this city certainly isn't. If you wish
Yep.
access to the Capitol building, I would be curious to know why. Perhaps there's something we can do to further your goals while keeping any reckless casualties to a minimum.
Any casualties, reckless or not, will be at a minimum if Westgate itself decides to surrender the building peacefully. I've currently no interest in going further politically or violently. I also have no interest nor need to work together with Faye in this matter. Perhaps if you decided to stay out of it entirely, I may be inclined to look favorably upon that interaction or lack thereof in the future. Perhaps our disagreements could be somewhat mended that way. All I require of Faye is to leave me alone.
We have recently did a pauses for a moment, probably receiving some sort of mental note of this conversation. Change his approach. So, what is your relation to the force known as the Apolethic Sovereignty?
I've killed an Aboleth before.
He inspects Ridiculous. He doesn't look slimed. Says, are you aware that Castle Thalavar stands atop of what could well be a source of power for these creatures? And that these creatures are known to have cooperated with Thayan exiles, a death sentence on its own.
I can assure you my opinion about anything related to Aboleth and whatever other strange creatures that accompany them is entirely negative. If I see any, well, mostly negative, let's say.
Yeah, he frowns. He's not comforted with this dragon wanting to seek out this place without explaining itself. Perhaps it wishes to do something corrupting. They are aware that something is happening under Westgate, though they haven't explored the tunnels themselves to find it. So, you will have to explain yourself to me. Your reasons for being here could endanger, and as such I am able to use the full force of Thay to stop you. So perhaps we should try this again. If you wish not to enter our enclave for a cordial invitation and wish to keep things cold between us, then perhaps you might simply say, what is this about? If you're not interested in political power, you're not looking for the treasury of the place, and you're not looking to further the goals of another faction that might be interested in those things, then why you wish access to this building? And of course, as a DM, I can say this guy is trying to insinuate that they don't control Westgate, but they actually have a pretty good grip on the city, and they're very, very paranoid about losing it. You're certainly thinking of Relikmith as a real dangerous force here.
Relikmith pause for a bit, grumbling, like a sign that he is thinking, before he says, "If Faye shows an appropriately respectful gesture towards me, I will explain my reasons, although I can already assure you that, in essence, what I'm trying to do here has nothing to do with Faye, nor the things you're worried about."
So, the gesture was us inviting. I suppose another would be me accepting conversation here. Fine then. You will explain why. I will see, and if your reasons indeed have nothing to do with us and nothing to do with the city, I might be able to get you inside of this location without the need for any of the entourage.
If you were to remove any obstacles in my path, I would consider that acceptable. However, I still see no need for us to have any dealings between us. If you want to keep the city and your control over it intact, make sure that I'm not stopped.
Larissa feels somewhat stonewalled. Dragon, who isn't really buying his crap. And he's getting frustrated, right? The Red Wizards are sort of nice, or they try to be, in sort of their threatening, domineering way, but they're not used to being told no. On the other hand, this is a dragon, and it's uncomfortably close. He's not going to yell at it. He's going to nod and say, "All right. Well, should you approach the castle, I suppose I will do what I can to clear your way. Peacefully."
You know, you and Faye should be aware that, contrary to popular belief, I too am a fan of peace. It just happens to be very difficult to achieve sometimes.
Well, at least in that regard, we are in agreement. Peace creates prosperity, but it can be hard to secure. He will look at his knolls. I suppose I will hear more about you soon.
Oh, I am sure. And considering how fruitful this discussion was, I am looking forward to seeing less of Faye in the future.
The wizard is not comforted, and will use his shadow step to get away without having to turn his back before turning his back. He doesn't want to fight this dragon. This dragon is big and scary and powerful, and he would want backup before any real confrontation. Yeah, they're uneasy, and it does seem like this dragon didn't start the rumors that he's working for them, which means that someone else did, someone who's likely trying to profit from it. Who They are not sure. And why? It also makes very little sense to them. Yeah. What's your next move?
I think his next move, which will happen a bit later, he wants to make sure his headquarters is established, that, enough of his people have arrived and such. And also that the rest of Westgate is aware that he is here and aware of his intentions.
News travels fast. What intentions does he want them to be aware of? That he's going to take the capital?
He's going to take the Capitol building, and anyone who wants to oppose him, they know where to find him. He's going to do it. Like, it's just a matter of how much he gets opposed, not whether or if or anything of the sort.
As he's spending a bit of time here, he will be approached by some of his own people, really. By proxy. A couple of vampires. One of whom he has seen before, I think. I don't think he's met Casal before. But a couple of vampires. He's seen vampirism before. He knows it's some serious stuff. And to make that conversation short, the Night Masks, the new Night Masks, the legacy of the Night Masks, will basically just state that if he's going inside the Capitol building anyway, that might be an excellent chance to dominate a couple of the ruling nobles of Westgate and begin to actually try to do a little bit of an influence expansion for their faction. It's hard now that Fae is everywhere. Nobody really likes the Night Masks, but they would be eager to help with this operation and a chance to take over the city. I mean, who's to say that he has to leave after he's taken it? They will need to be able to go down to search for this passage anyway. Who knows how long that could take?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Good. Then
Bellinger has no strong feelings one way or the other. If people who are actually helping him want something, he generally even goes out of his way to make that happen. So if they want access to those nobles, sure.
I was gonna say, I mean, they're gonna have to go, like, they were helping with finding a location. Like, if they want to go, if they're gonna have to go down there anyway, like, you know.
Of course, it's not a surprise attack, so some of the nobles might not be there. But they can be hunted down in other places later. After all, they know that they're not going to be killed. They're too valuable. It's votes and influences.
No, they'll be turned, and then they have no choice. Well,
Look into the eye of the vampire. They rule your life. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Does he inform the other dragons of his plan? Is this sort of just
Valentina was strongly assuming that both of them are going to be aware. Like, he's not moving.
Knows.
He's not moving quickly. He's not moving subtly, and he's very much aware that both of them have networks. Emmy, is maybe mostly interested in other areas, but Westgate is close enough that she's going to hear.
Mm-hmm. Vercingetorix, of course, just noticing the Ari move.
Well, I mean, she also, like, she was basically approached from Seniston, like, about, the using the Night Mask. Like, she knows. I mean, did she expect him to march there? Yeah, actually, she got the information that they found a location, and it's like, yeah, all right, I know. She's probably gonna keep a little more troops in Westgate herself if Velignif needs bailing out, Yeah. He's not gonna interfere. Like, he likes to power through doors. But Vercingetorix will spend more time and try to find another entrance, But hey. See, much like Night Mask is like, yeah, maybe there's some success I can ride on.
Does Emissary have a
Oh, she is busy with like 1,700 different projects right now.
all
He's
right?
taking up so many hobbies. Like,
We'll talk about that later. But yes, she was occupado. She's probably heard about it, and it's gone away from her.
Yeah, Sethiston is making himself thoroughly available, of course, alongside the Night Masks, whom he doesn't really like. But then again, he figures, you know what? Maybe actually being Goop, maybe he's kind of undead himself. He's not really sure how that works. So who's he to judge? Vampires. Much less threatening to dragons because dominate usually doesn't work, nor does fighting them.
Yeah, Velignif does have a task for Zephiston here,
Right.
which should suit him well in his position. Velignif wants Zephiston to basically approach the factions that are likely going to remain neutral in this conflict and keep an eye on whether they are in fact going to be neutral. Like the fleet of Umberlee, the Rippers, like none of them. They all live in Westgate, sure, but they don't really have a horse in this race yet.
Oh, now that's a question. Now that Velignif has moved a part of his like faction and army into Westgate, is he paying tithe to Umberlee?
I'm thinking that if that has become the norm in Westgate, then he would be fine with doing it. The thing that really gets to Velignif is when someone disrespects him personally. And him moving into a place where there is a custom to throw like a single gold piece, which even for a super greedy dragon that Velignif isn't really anything. I think he would.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious about that.
He's far. I think he as a character is past the point where he takes fights for the sake of let me rephrase that. He's past the point where he doesn't recognize the strategic value in not fighting too many fights at once. Fighting is great, but
he too is a fan of peace. Remember that, everyone.
Yeah,
yes,
he is.
peace bringer. That's what they call him.
The red piece.
You know, he'll achieve peace no matter how many cities he has to burn down.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually
how the
people begin
Titans
to
feel
just
the same
surrender,
way.
right?
Yeah, I think he'll. You know, if this is custom in Westgate, if some god has claimed the city, then sure, like. Yeah, I mean, he expects people who visit the Dragonfane to pay their respects to Tiamat. He would do the same.
All right.
Like, at least casually.
Sure.
Tiamat doesn't settle for one coin, I imagine.
No.
In which case, Evendur High Castle is just he doesn't really care about the dragon, honestly. Whoever says that they rule this city, he knows what's true. They all pay tribute to Umberlee, and if he wanted to, he'd flood the whole thing, and that's sort of how he operates, right? Sethiston will inform that the fleet is really, they have been here. The pirates of it are pretty mean people. Nobody really wants to take up the fight to stop them. Like, the pirates might just go and trash some tavern, right? Drink everything they want, then leave the tab open. Umberlee's tab. Well, what are you going to do, right? You going to attack him? You going to fight him? Not really. Not after all this rain and all this. Nobody wants to be the person who brings the rain back, right? It's finally beginning to stop. Because then you would be torn apart by everyone else in the city. Evendur High Castle doesn't even have to do it himself.
I was gonna say Gethra might be suitable, tired of being on like a platform.
Evendur hovers most of the time.
Yeah.
The waters don't really bother him much. He'll drink it.
What about
food
his
is
cultists, though?
He
They
doesn't
can't
care about
serve
the
him.
Cultists.
Well,
They get safety. There's enough desperate people. He doesn't know their names, nor does he care for them.
as long as they can provide.
I mean, they will be food,
Yes, that's true. It's
The
it's
times
a
in the
win-win.
past where he's run out of cultists, he's simply floated in and said, now you're my cultists. You thought you were a gang, well now this is you.
Yeah, find
Are you
food or be
you
food.
know, you don't say no to the beholder. You accept it, and then this is now you're doing this thing. The Rippers, though, Sithston will say that he has very little contact with them. He generally thinks they're the worst faction here. They're fairly powerful, and they have been hungrily waiting for something that they could jump on. They're basically opportunists looking for an opportunity. They don't want to mess with all of Thay. But if someone else did, they might jump on that, or the other person, or whichever side they think they can benefit from. They're utterly without loyalty, and simply looking for a profit.
You know, I can respect that.
In the past, there's been some unfortunate circumstances, of course, with the Dragon Fane and the Rippers. But most of that is under the Yeah, Thisiston believes that that you could maybe motivate some of the cultists to do a thing, but most of the other factions seem to be wanting to simply stay neutral. None of them are really great friends with Thay. I mean, they're willing to take the money, but the mercenaries are already in Thay's pocket. None of these factions have done.
Yeah, Valyrian is basically like slowly but steadily moving towards his goal here, which is to take the Capitol building. Like metaphorically slowly, anyways. He's not permanently walking forward. And just waiting to see who opposes him. But so far, even to his surprise, most people have just gotten out of the way, which is unexpected. Bit disappointing, really.
Certainly there are nobles in the castle still. I mean, they're not leaving the garrison out. They're reinforcing it, right? But
that left to do.
It has always been Westgate has always been independent, because whenever someone has been strong enough to take it, they have generally worked with the nobles rather than kill all of them and sort of replace them. When they have been replaced in the past, say by Night Masks, eventually someone ousted the Night Masks, and the Alliance needed to do that, became the new nobles of Westgate. So it just sort of has a way of keeping the city functioning as it always has. Also means people are not super loyal to the current regime. Doesn't really make a difference who gets to sit up there. Of course, money is the reason that people care. You need to pay people a lot to fight a dragon. And Thay, of course, is also interested, but perhaps they think that they could intervene, given that their conclave is not that far away. They don't want to be seen to have, like, garrisoned the keep. That would be a sort of, you know, they want to nominally not control Westgate. It's bad for their image if they sort of annex it, rather than being there so that the nobles can request their aid in freeing the city. Yeah. So no one's going to come attack his compound, if that's what you're sort of waiting for. Everyone else is sort of waiting to see what you do, except for the Fleet of Umberlee. They really don't care.
Well, after getting established, probably like a month or two later, like plenty of time for anyone to react to him, certainly. He and maybe a couple of his people would take a stroll to this Capitol building. He doesn't even really know like, where it is or what it is.
It's visible from half the city. It's like on a hill. It's what you generally consider like a small stone keep, surrounded by a small curtain wall. It's fairly tall. Would be very hard to climb, certainly. But I mean, it's still not like a massive fortification. It's meant to to be difficult to take by a street gang or something like that. Fairly defensible position. Again, it's relatively small. Square, that matters, has some ballistae, but nothing massive of siege weaponry, given that the basically like town's been built all around it. The city has been built all around it in squalor. By several different banners of the 6 great noble families of Westgate. I don't have the precision here. They're in the grand scheme of things unimportant. What their own politics and investments and such are.
How close can he get before the guards get antsy?
I mean, the guards are at the sort of gate to the curtain wall around the keep, and that's a closed door, right? But no one's going to just shoot the dragon that's walking around. Again, this is Westgate. Dragons are not a common thing that just walk around here, but trolls are sort of common. Ogres, maybe a giant every now and then. Like, it's a sprawling metropolis of variety. The hope is maybe that the dragons, even if it's here to stay, might just sort of begin fitting it, you know? That's what a lot of creatures do. Could be a big player in the scene, but surely it's not going to just alone assault the keep, right?
No, but Williams will like walk up and basically shout loudly enough for at least most of the compound to hear. Hello, I am Veliknev. I've been given titles, though I claim none yet. I want this building. If it's empty by, let's say, next month, then nothing has to be destroyed or burned or killed. If I find resistance, there will be casualties. Westgate will likely not enjoy what I'll end up doing if that's the case. For you who are paid to guard it, consider whether the pay is worth your life. That's all. And then he'll casually stroll away again.
Yeah, I mean, there are people on the walls of looking down, not liking what they're hearing. Pull you show the map. I think if you're scouting it up, makes sense. You get a little overview of my general design of the place.
Yeah.
You can imagine it's on a hill, and that's why there isn't like building right up against the wall. But there's outside this map is just more sprawling cityscape. Upon it is a couple of ballistae, and of course plenty of standard Westgate guard, who generally just duck and cover when the dragon comes up. He recognizes that, yeah, his people might have some trouble with him, but he never would. You know, like Veliknev himself is far too for these noble dudes. There is a ballistae on the walls, central towers here. They don't appear to be magical lightning ballistae. There are quite a few of them.
Willie was almost disappointed in how easy this has been. Like he has fought lightning ballistae and war mages and like living tree walls and this is just some dudes in a mini castle.
It is some dudes, and you know, surely it'd be very easy to take. Perhaps.
Surely, I mean, how could it not be?
Yeah, I mean, maybe with that in mind, he could just be happy and move on. Plan. So, given that he has basically come to threaten the castle here, there's some debate as to what to do, right? Now, this is Westgate, so probably more than one plan will be enacted. The first one is that the next day, a group of city guard will have approached not Velignith himself, but some of his people, and informed them that his documents of staying here have expired, and that he should probably seek a residence elsewhere than Westgate.
Why, yes, I will. There's a particular castle I'm looking at, you see.
Oh, no, like outside the city, like he's being evicted. It would be great if he could take his stuff and maybe move to Tizir.
That comes a bit later, but that is on the horizon.
Again, they don't talk to him, they talk to his people, because nobody wants to talk to the dragon about this. Maybe that's what they were told to do, but they're not going to do it.
I do wonder whether his people would even bring that up to Velignith, that they want to evict the Red Dragon.
I think they would like receive the messages with like amused looks, like looking at whatever documents they've brought.
Beyond that, of course, almost obligatorily, he will be approached by representatives of a couple different families, each requesting to be sort of working with Velignith to backstep the other ones. Of course, they will pretend to resist, but in actuality, they'll be his people on the inside. Each one of them says. And they will give him dirt on the others, and when they're done, he doesn't intend to stay here, of course, and they can make sure that the future of this city is in line with what he believes is great, right? And of course, if trouble should be, they will be quick to call for him from his mountain home once more, so he can come and burn whoever dares insult him. Each of these nobles is sure that they will be a perfect ally in his future endeavors in the city.
I mean, do they deliver those messages again, like just to his people, or do any of them actually have the courage to talk to Velignith himself?
I mean, if he was informed that someone had come to request like a meeting, would he take it?
Oh yeah, sure.
Because then most of them would, yeah. They had not gone themselves, the patriarchs of the families. They sent sort of younger cousins and whatnot to deliver these bits of information, right? These kids' chance to prove themselves. And this is a generalist thing because to some degree, every single one of these families wants to play both sides, right? They want to act as if they're resisting, but then should they lose, be on Velignith's side all of a sudden, and have the others be punished and survive.
I mean, those meetings will be fairly straightforward, I think, because Velignith will tell each of them the same thing. Whoever does two things will be considered to potentially have the possibility of a relationship with him in the future. First, be entirely absent from the keep once he actually arrives there. And second, do obvious damage to Faye somehow.
So one of two things, yes?
Both things.
Oh.
You gotta be gone, and you gotta hit Faye a bit.
Oh man, telling that to each of these cousins or whatever, that one of their stipulations is you gotta bloody Faye's nose.
Yeah.
That's not staying secret.
Okay. What if one of the cousins suggests that before he makes his move, this cousin should become the head of the family, except there's only like 11 people in front of him in line, so if Velignith has the time and effort, could help secure his place as the new ruler of his house. And
so you're telling this red dragon, whose time is very precious, that in order for you to be any useful to him at all, there has to be significant effort spent on getting you in that position, first of all.
Well, it's just that he can't really make decisions. He's just here as a messenger.
Who's
But-
if you're 11th in line, who's 12th in line?
Oh, he would definitely have like a name. So he's the worst.
Well, you see,
Untrustworthy scoundrel. Without
well, it would be
any
trivial.
Oh no!
It would be trivial. It would be very difficult for the 11th in line person to become head of the family, but it would be trivial for the 12th to become the 11th right now. Just pointing that out.
But he took the great chance of negotiating to be the one to deliver this message so that he had a chance to talk directly to the dragon. Surely the dragon likes people with initiative and bravery, right?
He does, but they also have to be useful and competent in anything at all.
Moving. All right.
Being expendable is not a skill.
Ask the
And,
kobolds, ask the cult of the dragon.
and I think I mean this is basically the general vibe, right? Right now he's being bombarded with offers that are, well, if he's successful, they will be very genuine. Everyone's
I mean,
to play with
they
things.
will all get the same sort of tone of message from Valignev, which is he rewards actions, not promises. If they do something good for him right now, then the future might look very good for all of the people involved. But if they just offer to do something, that is irrelevant and, quite frankly, borderline insulting.
He will during the next week of this month begin receiving secret information from each house stating that another or the other houses have been delivering secret information to Thay and been working together, to stop him. They're all blaming each other, though. I mean, it's likely that they all, again, are playing both sides. That's how they've survived this long.
Doesn't this just make you want to
Um,
burn them all?
His first 10 day after the proclamation is consumed by these meetings that waste his time. The second 10 day is full of all these messages implicating all of the other noble
People
families.
trying to be useful. Right.
Attempting to be useful, but still wasting his time.
Assuming that he just lets that fall on deaf ears.
Oh, yeah.
I think the dwarves are when they read them, to see if it's worthy of Valignev, they're just they're having a good time.
Oh, the Dwarves of Thunderhome, they're like, oh, they don't even know.
Yeah.
Oh, the fools. If they just submitted now, they would have a great time.
Probably reality TV material for the dwarves. All these secret allegiances and all the happenings.
What it shows certainly is that if Valignev wins against the other opposition, which in this case is turning out to be Thay, given his sort of messages, he will have a bunch of very loyal people who always knew he would win and will do whatever he tells them to. Sycophants, basically, falling over themselves to be useful to him. As anyone else, these nobles are just, some of them are very competent. Some of them are skilled at fighting, arms, but the politics here is just so that ideally they don't have to do those things. Right? At least as a family, individually, individuals of these families are always also trying to fight each other. Their internal politics are vast networks of backstabbing and scheming, thus pretty much guaranteeing that in any major conflict, part of each family, like a subset of them, are on both sides of any conflict. There are people here who genuinely think, this dragon's going to be our new thing. We're going to attach the dragon, we're going to do well, we're going to become the new heads of the family when we help the dragon and take over, and we're going to go beat up some Thay and Gnolls in the meantime. While there are others who think, well, I can go and join Thay, and then, essentially the same thing from the opposite side. Which, of course, ensures, in some way, that the family generally stays relevant in politics in Westgate. It's just not always the same members of the family that stay relevant. But for a dragon, it might just seem like the family survive.
This is exactly what Villeneuve hates.
Yeah.
It's just, if you want to be on his good side, do something for him. He's not difficult to please. He is not. He strongly believes that he is very easy to please.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. You were also laughing.
You know, he will be basically whatever information I tell you about the situation is probably conveyed by someone looking to curry favor. I don't think we need to talk about them specifically, but I figure if he keeps the ones that actually are somewhat helpful to him, he will end up with a varied group of different representatives and whatnot that are committed enough to go against Thay, probably also because their current family situation is bad, and this seems like a great chance to change that, a chance that otherwise doesn't exist. Certainly none of them here are into a dragon-ruled world or even ask what he actually is here for. Everyone's sort of hoping to piggyback off of what he does. And these guys out here, just to simplify, but they're not really in this. Because with the whole statements that he's going against Thay, it sort of begins to somewhat dispel some people's idea that he's working with them. You know, maybe he isn't. Maybe he's here for his own reasons. Maybe they had a falling out. And
Or maybe it's an extra layer of obfuscation.
It's all
over
a
there.
ruse.
A hidden relationship.
Given that he's giving these guys plenty of time to show up and mess with him. That much is certainly clear. Given that he does, they will. Once I manage to assemble
The city battle map.
simple enough. He'll be met by another request first. A request for him to show up and explain himself. The Feyenoord. Should he choose not to, they will have to come and discuss with him these threats he's been making against them, calling for people to assault their forces and having some people actually do so and butcher some of their gnolls is not an acceptable way to behave in this city. And they feel like whenever people do that, it's Velignith's fault. He hadn't asked them to, they wouldn't have done it, so. You know. They're gonna see if they can do something about it.
I mean, Villeneuve's answer will basically be the same thing as before. He will not accept any invitation, but if they do want to come talk to him, he's there. And if they want to smooth over these relationship issues, all he needs is a sign of obvious respect from Thay, and then he'll explain exactly why he's here.
Mm-hmm. What does he mean by a sign of respect?
I mean, a large enough gift and a public announcement that Villeneuve is great. You know, something along those lines. Something to stroke his ego or increase his wealth. Or, I mean, Villeneuve is easy to please. Just do it.
Yeah.
Show initiative.
Yes, they've been somewhat soured by his attitude. They're used to people being afraid of them, to some degree. And like Velignith, they don't want to show that you can easily act this way against them and sort of get a gift in return. That's not the message they want to send. They want, like Velignith, that if people submit to them, then good things happen. If you resist them, then bad things happen. In that regard, they really are quite alike. Yeah, so I suppose that leads us to a situation where a host of Thayan Gnolls, led by a couple of red wizards and their knights, will be approaching this compound that he has secured himself in. And will demand that he show himself.
He will absolutely show himself on the top of a nearby roof, standing majestically.
This one will call up to him. You, Velignith, you have incited violence against our patrols. What say you to this accusation?
I will say to you that these nobles of this city are... How do I phrase this politically? Annoying, to say the least. They desperately want to do something for me because they are playing both of our sides. Some nobles undoubtedly have been working with you, others obviously against you. I've given them an obvious way to curry my favor, as I have told them I prefer actions over words, and have suggested a possible route. Faye has annoyed me repeatedly in the past, invading my territory, asking questions I care nothing about, and you have not shown me any respect worthy of note recently. I would be willing to talk to the nobles who've aligned themselves with me to stop their actions if you were to do two things that I've requested all along: stay out of my way and be respectful. Alternatively, you try to do what you came here to do, and we'll enjoy ourselves with that. I have nothing against seeing what Faye is capable of on the field against me, or we'll see how the day develops from here.
Fine. These attacks will stop, Dragon, and you will not attempt to force your way in to Castle Thalavar. Perhaps then, when you show whatever actions you will, that show that you are better inclined towards us, we shall reward you. As you said, you prefer actions. Do something. At the moment, you are making a powerful enemy. An enemy you do not need to have. We'll turn and walk away. Does Velignith
That's
change anything?
No, that's disappointing.
They really don't want to fight a dragon. Oh, well. If he doesn't change anything, I suppose I will ask, how well is he on the lookout for trouble?
I mean, Villigan has been expecting trouble since before trying to enter Westgate, and it just hasn't materialized yet. It's not like he's...
For 2 months, he has been.
Oh, we're probably in the process of the second one.
He's eager to meet his first obstacle, but there hasn't been any.
All right. He might be informed that it would appear that Thayans are animating a large amount of undead, like zombies and dregs and such, onto the ground and moving them under his compound. The thought is that at some point they will decide to spring this trap, sending all these creatures up right under him, perhaps in a conjoined attack with some other things. Basically, they're making preparations at his fortified position.
Then I think Velignith will just move. Like this compound is purely convenience and more of a message to the rest of Westgate saying, "Hey, I'm here, by the way, and it doesn't have any actual strategic value.
Mhm.
It's been some time, enough that Villeneuve feels like his warning has been, long enough. If Faye is preparing to attack where he stays with some ritual undead shenanigans, he's just gonna do his attack now and have all their preparation go to waste because he won't be there.
All right.
He's gonna go back on his word. Do you hear that, Ari? Unbelievable.
I am so surprised that this
Yeah.
ends in
It's
Storming
been at
castle.
least 10 days, and he said about a month. This is entirely
I don't remember there being an about in there.
There was.
Yeah,
Well,
we're getting a Red
um,
Dragon rules lawyer in here. Ari, you
Well,
believe it?
from one move to the next, then. Yeah, you'll be facing the Westgate garrison alongside their fortifications.
Fortifications, you say?
Yes.
First of all, something that I should have done a while ago, so I hope you allow me to
Use the forges.
use the fortress here.
Figured
Like he
that would
wouldn't
be-
he wouldn't have arrived here without equipment and then now went, oh shit, we need to go home and make stuff.
Everyone's very confused and alarmed somewhat.
Sovereignty territory. We're gonna do this a little bit.
Flashbacks over Blades in the Dark.
1, 2. Can do that twice. Don't need our territory right now. We're not at home. We can make use of what we have there. And
I
then-
don't. Sorry, I don't, in my mind, I'm like, okay, I really don't want to get up to something too big until I have some power, so I don't get drained by Yapo. And Velignif, meanwhile, but they think it's just like, how do I do this so I don't open myself up to French while I am weak? And Velignif is here waging a war on Thay. Like, what?
You thought this Thayan gate that you come here. It also lets me get to you. Charge!
Isn't it some
Fail.
shit, Ari? Like the clock is sold, and they're like going to be all fucking with Aboleths, and Velignif's like, "Oh no, you will not forget about me."
Villingham
You
is not
know-
attacking Faye. Faye is attacking Villingham. It's
Yeah,
entirely
that's
different.
true.
Like,
Provoke-
Cerebus, you wanted me to
provoke.
attack Cormir? Fuck you. Go after Faye.
He'll still go after Tizir, but Cerberus isn't ready yet.
You know, he may like peace, but he isn't an avatar of peace.
Yeah, you know?
Strife, getting along with people is not Tiamat's greatest strength.
No.
Yeah, viewers, I would like to offer this moment of reflection for all of the struggles and enemies that Velignith has struggled, is like worried about all the things that have been on his plate. And then look at Velignith going to the buffet line to grab extra helpings.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, let's see it, man. You're doing an attack. They will, of course, wish to hinder you. I think this will be to. So we're not actually doing you don't have to conquer them or destroy Westgate as a city, right?
I want to conquer a single building. It
Yeah.
shouldn't be that difficult.
Yeah. I think with the success here means that you can bring your people in. Now there's still the interior of the building, of course, right? That might be a small skirmish. But let's first see if you can breach the wall. So take it.
All right, let's see. I most definitely have 10 dice. Double 10, double 9, quadruple 4. We're fast and hard and everything in between.
Yeah, all right. They defend, obviously. They have their fortifications. Bring them to best they can do. Oh boy. They
That
got a
is
lot
so
of
many
sixes.
sixes.
They should have counterattacked. Then they would have won.
Win two full sixes.
Then they would have attacked you while you were still in camp. But when they defend, they delete pairs. So with this, they can kill your mini 4s, but they have nothing that can decrease your 9s or your 10s. I'm going to say that you can't do this secretly, though. So That'll be double 10, which is a masterful job. Remember to decrease your stat.
I did.
Yeah, his people strike fast. There's behemoths. It's bloody. Like, they don't actually have a door on this keep. It's more like a wooden gate, right? And the guards mostly fold. It's like they're going to stay and such. He participates in this assault himself.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. We could take an actual dragon fight here, because there are some things that will be sent directly at Belignith. Now, the other dragons aren't here. Do you have any lieutenants we could use to assist?
There's Scutok. He's one of them.
Yes, that's fine.
I don't know if you've set it up any of the others,
Let's
or if I've given them names.
But you know, let's just grab a couple. You have your lieutenants, but I don't think you've gets to go. Where's this dwarf? Sure. Let's bring this guy. He can't really fly though. Maybe he's learned to fly. You know what? It's been a while. Have a skin wing, my dude. These two in here. To see what you have to work with. Basically, you'll need things that can fly, right? Which is the limiting factor here. You got your Skirthog, and you got your, I don't remember his name, your Artificer.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up.
Both of them are a fairly...
he's very relevant.
A fairly low level, but both of them are elites. So, yeah, I suppose, Aerie, Grimmeth, do you have a preference?
I'm good with either. To me, they look fairly similar. You know.
Right.
No
Well,
preference.
I mean,
All right.
Let me look up his name. He needs a name.
Then I will give the top one to Aerie and the bottom one to Grimmeth.
Yeah.
That's your names. I'm not there.
oh, the simplicity, that elite life.
Yeah. All you just gotta do is click a button, Harry.
I know.
Let's see the viewers here too.
I'm going to switch my token properties to PC so I can mouse over and see them.
Oh yes.
I was giving you the skin wings because they're mounts. We can use them too. So as you're coming here, there is significant resistance to you. Now, the actual ballistae are busy with your people. I think if you were here alone, they would certainly be problematic, right? But you're not. I believe that we have whoever is good and heroic with a bow here. Wall. On the keep.
I cannot see my own stats.
What?
Like when I hover over.
Well, like I mentioned, just go into your token properties and switch it to player character.
Token properties?
Yeah, double click your token, go to config, it's to the right of the ownership tab. Set the properties from NPC to PC.
Oh, thank you. I have never done that before.
Local Wallbuster. Yeah, you're facing the amount of significant people in this city, on this wall, as well as their secret defense. A series of ancient gargoyles sitting in each of the four corner towers. Now they're coming for you first and foremost because they know that if they take down the dragon, then they're good. Now these nobles here, on the keep, they have bows, and they are well. Okay, these two have bows. This guy doesn't. He has a sword that he's sort of pointing at Philippines with.
Pointing menacingly.
Like a rapier, right? Something like that.
Fucking swashbuckler.
There's your people are assaulting the walls everywhere else, right? This is sort of the fight that really is problematic for them to deal with. Gargoyles, as we have learned, have damage reduction to normal people's weapons, non-magical weapons, which means that if you have normal soldiers, they have trouble actually hurting them a lot. For this, though, you all can consider yourselves to have magic. You're fine. Good. I will do some initiative shenanigans. Sheep, you can roll yourself. I'll have to roll the other two. Good. All right, and of course, Vignan has the chance to flee should he decide to. But, it might be embarrassing for him.
We have to see if that's necessary.
Mm-hmm. So, you flying. Obviously, you can move yourself a little bit if you don't like the current formation.
Keep in front, obviously.
As the gargoyles move here and then charge. Basically just flying at him as a hunk of rock hurling itself towards him. And as it gets this close, he will become aware that it has a it has sort of a heat near it. Like its skin cracks and can be full of fire, but it's not enough to really bother him, I suppose. So it will try to simply bite. Look at that. That's a crit.
That hits. All right.
So we will have
Welcome to Epic Tier.
42 damage.
Excuse me?
Yeah. As it flies into him and closes its horrible toothy jaws upon him, crunching through scale and whatever else might be there. Ligneth.
Okay.
Maybe it's, the almost 2 months made Valigna a bit soft?
Well, these things are really old and scary.
Yeah, you just never suspected that this could be a thing.
Yeah, they're not entirely without defenses here.
Well, how do I even play by myself? Basically by myself.
You've got 2 allies.
Yeah, we can, take a couple
you
hits.
bullied a bunch of mummies before once upon a time by yourself, basically.
It's true. I think that I was just gonna get some of his buffs going.
Bullied mummies, what the fuck, Griffith?
It's true, though.
These.
Or buffs, though. I think he's just gonna delay. That's a thing in 4th edition, right?
Sure. You just tell me when you want to go, and then you can go
want
at the
these-
end of something else's turn.
I want these gargoyles to get closer.
Okay, yeah. Just because this seems to work pretty well. So there's a move and another charge.
Don't crit again. Okay,
Let's look
thank
at
you.
that.
That still hits, though.
Okay, that's 17 damage. This one. There. Charge.
Also hit.
52 damage.
That bloodies Valignif, which is relevant because he will use his Blood Iron. This is 5 to all damage.
Alright, that's allowed. This one moves here. And also charges for a 44.
Painful, but alright, he wants to act now.
Okay, that's fair. As he's basically accepted all these gargoyles just flying at him and jumping on his body and chomping him. You know,
Yep.
these people are down there are charging in. It's a glorious fight. It's outnumbering, and you know.
All right, he will then unleash literally his holy wrath upon these foolish gargoyles. Except the macro is broken. Wonderful.
Oh.
Why is it broken?
Welcome to Epic Tier, everyone. I'll use some jazz hands to distract the viewers.
1 second. I'm fixing this macro.
Yeah.
Temporarily solo fixing
Yeah.
this macro. Alright. That is a close burst 3 against enemies, so I have to roll this a couple more times. 2, 3, 4. 38,
All
34, 40,
hits.
and 39 for 15 radiant damage.
Okay.
As a radiant like burst half flame breath emits from Velignus. Then as a what action? As a minor action, he is going to heal himself a bit because ouch.
As regeneration 10 and a +2 power bonus to attack rolls while bloodied.
Of
Because of course he does.
course, yeah, why not?
Why not?
That heals some healing surge plus 38, and he is almost back at full health. Wonderful.
Healing surge +3.
Epic Tier. All right, is that it? Yeah,
The rest of us could not do this bullshit.
he's good.
That is it, yeah.
Well, these guys have their long bows, and they will certainly try to aim and take their shots. Now, we're looking at this within the long range, but he is the closest enemy, so he can be their quarry. But they will have a -2 to these attacks. Right?
Sure.
Misses.
28, 29, those are misses.
This guy will call out, "Come on, bring it closer so I can hit it with my sword." So here, Skirthar.
Yes. I will do what I must. Oh wait, do I move both when I move them?
Yes,
Uh,
you just use the skin wings movement.
Yeah,
Actually,
he uses
apologies,
wings movement.
I'm
Yeah.
level 21. I'm missing a d6 on my healing word.
But the skin wing can attack and do a thing, and so can Skithog.
Oh, the strafe.
Now these gargoyles are pretty tough, sort of AC wise, predictably.
What are you saying?
That probably the skin wing is going to have trouble
Hitting.
But, you know,
I mean, he could though, right? Like
do what you must.
that's confident. Would it be a better idea if we just went for the archers? No.
I'll leave those decisions up to you.
All right,
Like,
well-
yeah, you can't ask Velignif that. Velignif would tell you to make your own choice. That's why I didn't bother asking.
Sure. So how does the flyby thing work? Yeah, I just
So flyby basically means that you can the skin wing can it can move its movement and do an attack at any point and not provoke.
Now, because of the trait there, instead of the skin wing making that attack, you could make a melee basic attack instead. Normally, like, the rider wouldn't get to, like, you'd have to be adjacent in some form or capacity as a rider, but the skin wing behemoth there has a trait which allows you to make a melee basic attack instead.
Oh, great. I mean, we'll do that.
Yeah. Otherwise, the behemoth would have to, like, get up close and personal so that you could get up close and personal as Skewthog.
Sort of move 8 in any amount, then attack anything you pass, or any one person you pass.
Behemoth moves over them in 3-dimensional space.
Under, above, around.
Under, above, yeah.
Do I have to move my entire speed?
No, you don't have to.
Or up to? No, we'll move here and hit Gargoyle 2,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Okay, you're not flanking that one.
Oh.
It is worth noting that you only don't provoke an opportunity attack from the target when moving away from it, but like anyone that's not your target
If you're
would get to
moving
make
it from
opportunity
up there,
attacks.
and yeah, you'd hit that guy.
Oh. This is complicated. And how about here? Oh no, I only moved
Sure,
one.
you can be there. Make your attack. You're +2.
Perch. Does he have a basic melee attack?
Yeah, of course he does.
Is that the
Battle
battle axe weapon? Oh yeah, it is. Oh no.
That is a miss, striking the stony skin.
And then he'll try. And
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And he swings. That's
that
enough.
does not do anything else. He tried
Fuck.
the best he
Yes,
could.
it is like hacking with an axe into like a mountainside.
Lockhall Warbuster, as a minor action, will attempt to invoke the Rune of Gravity upon Theravar Gargoyle 3.
Oh,
32 versus Fortitude.
Oh damn.
yeah, that's
This Warbuster here understands gargoyles and immobilizes said gargoyle.
is stuck there.
Warbuster then beckons and bellows the behemoth like forward. He's not going to attack with his Warhammer though. As the behemoth is moving forward, he will use the Rune of Time against the Gargoyle 3. 27 versus Fortitude.
Oh, that just barely misses.
It makes sense. They are rather durable and
Their
made of.
fortitude certainly is strong too.
The behemoth moves forward and attempts a Grasping Talons attack against Gargoyle 3. So we'll go ahead and move the requisite number like so. So it'll be 5. And then let's go ahead and give a 20 versus armor class.
No.
And then the behemoth goes off somewhere, this guy. Because this artificer is not a... You wouldn't want to take the glory from the dragon.
All the arrows.
There we go.
This one's
Yeah.
against Malignith.
They hit on that one.
Oh, 12 damage.
I'm not the closest enemy though.
You're not. You're the most dangerous one. Not the closest.
It's true. 7.
All right. Gargoyles will do their thing. Some reason not to just bite. It's better than the claws. Oh. Bite.
Say hit,
Bite.
miss,
Bite.
hit,
Bite.
miss. That was all 4 then, right? And not
Yes.
just one making 4
No,
bites.
that's all
Okay.
for-
I was worried for a second. It was not bloodied, sadly. But
They
it's
flap
time,
around, just lunging with their abyssal jaws.
time to knock these bastards out of the sky, theoretically.
Wait, did it shift?
Mhm.
There's a trigger on the behemoth.
Oh.
I think. Or was it? No, it's the hero.
You might have a thing.
The Skinwing doesn't have a trigger for it.
So your tail lash.
An enemy adjacent to the chief shifts.
You can try to knock it out of the sky.
Aha!
I'm surprised. Well, that hits. So could you give me 2d10?
Yes, I can.
I love it.
Glory!
I'm actually gonna say, given that there is that there's like literally behemoth trampling through here, I think falling down right now for this thing is a death sentence.
Skewthog, the one who aided in Elm against the fucking bearded devil.
Ah!
Skewthog.
As he it tries to move around Malignith, and that tail comes smashing its stony head and knocking it down, like basically like volleyball smashing it into the ground to just get stomped by all sorts of lizard folk and dwarves and all that down there.
Initiative.
All right.
Bellinger will like cast a quick glance towards both the Skinwing and Skewdog with like a "oh, that worked well" expression. He'll try to do the same thing, but a bit flashier. First of all, he will call upon his divine power to get a +1 on the next attack roll, and then he's gonna smash into them with a shockwave of force from his Shield of the Gods.
Oh, well,
That's a crit on the first one.
all right. So the first one gets crit for 26 damage.
And he is prone.
And prone. That's hit, and that's a hit.
If a 28 hit, then they are all hit and all go prone.
Well, I set the rules, right? So
You set the precedent.
yeah, they all. I mean, you rolled 10s, right? So
That's pretty anticlimactic.
As they're surfed into the ground. Oh, I should not have done that. There's still people.
They're so inconsequential.
Jeez. Damn, Annika.
I'm taking my ball and going home.
Like, why the hell are we even at this table?
Alright, and then we'll move forward.
Alright.
Skewthog would need to be beneath Malignith. It's Skewthog's turn.
It's me again?
Well, yeah, Dale was a reaction.
Oh, that's true. Haha! Hero.
As these people pale a little bit, because now the dragon's coming straight for them, and their
Yeah, I was gonna say.
excellent gargoyle minions did not stop him. But maybe they will.
So I can move 8
Mhm.
and then do a flyby attack?
Yes.
I will. Oh. There. And I'll move with him. 'Cause
Mhm.
And oh, it is my guy that does it.
Miss. Sidesteps the swing.
Try again.
That's also a miss.
Wow. Yeah, these nobles are harder to hit. Somehow.
You know, they're people who are committed to this cause at this point.
Runic Gravity is not recharged. Like all commands the Behemoth forward, the Behemoth uses its actions, merely double moving, like so. As Larkhall looks at this noble and with a standard action invokes the Rune of Time. 19 versus Fortitude.
I won't do it.
That's upsetting. Apparently he has an action point. We're going to spend that. He's going to do it again. 31 versus
Oh,
Fortitude.
That will do it. Yes, yeah.
1, 2, 3 necrotic damage when the target is weakened to save ends.
We can say ends.
So deals half damage.
Noble ages visibly.
That's the end of Lockhall Warbuster's turn.
Let's see. Arcancy's trouble over here. Well, this dragon is maybe gonna show up. But for now, let's move over and kill some of the dragon's allies. So he'll move over here. And get to attack Skewthog with the Duelist's Blade attack. He's actually a quite skilled swordsman.
Ow.
See that?
Yeah, I mean, that is a hit.
Skewthak will
Who
get a
is he attacking?
Skewtha
Okay.
will get a saving throw to not be put off of his mount.
Okay. 19 damage.
Will duel him towards the edge of the parapet.
No!
But here.
Blasted.
Oh, precariously balancing now as the behemoth stomp around down there.
Wow. Wow.
Oh no, the president.
Ha!
Yeah, the president.
Save the president. Oh, there's no that weakened. Well, he will look towards this dwarf and shoot him. He is the quarry.
Dwarf is absolutely shot.
Alright, so that is
10 damage.
the second
And-
attack.
Okay.
Oh, no, the first
Alright.
attack too.
Yeah, that'll hit. Okay. And then the noble will get a saving throw. Not heal Grimmeth.
Nope, he doesn't do it. He's still time
Take
stuck.
that. Here we go. Now I need to heal
This
more.
one will turn
There we go.
to the behemoth and swing a sword at it. Not very good at that, but it's that somewhere. It's
That's
behemoth
my
one, yeah.
behemoth, right?
Yeah.
Oh, 10 damage.
All right. Viligneth.
Alright, Valignum's gonna go here, and it is time to do red dragon things, like breathing fire and stuff.
Mhm.
As he will do it like, oh, they are 7 apart. Why are you 7 apart and not 6?
Aha!
They knew you would try this, you fool.
They measured.
Come duel me, dragon. My rapier shall pierce your scales.
Well, it's gonna breathe fire like so.
That's not a good idea to say.
Nay, dragon, no fire.
There's gonna be fire. That is 31 against the noble and a crit against the Arkham.
Oh no, that hits both of them.
Skewtalk and the behemoth get 6 temp hit points.
Yes.
Sorry, 6? That's right. 8.
That is even better.
All right, flames everywhere.
That is a move and a minor and a charge.
Okay.
They get the Archon with Angel's Rescue, which still is named incorrectly and sillily, but I don't rename attacks, so I'm confused. 35 versus AC
That hits.
for 35 of radiant damage.
Oh.
We're gonna not slide anybody. Unless I can slide the skin wing under Skewfolk.
Bloodied. Charge him. All right. Well, that for him. It turns out the Archon can only parry when you attack other people than him. Awkward for him.
That's
but,
rough.
You know.
Yeah.
Gotta
So,
reach the character sheet. Damn it.
this skinning will try and do breath with flyby attack.
On who?
On the noble.
Just
right
know that
there.
The flyby attack will then not provoke from him, but still provoke from the Archon.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ow! Wow! Holy mother of God! How does it work when I'm moving and he slides?
Well, he is. You begin moving, and he will slide you there before you move. And you'll take your damage.
Okay, yes.
It's interrupting
is-
your movement.
19 damage. And no tip HP for me anymore. Alright. Well, then it is all these. Where's the actual attack? Is that the bite?
Just be a
Right.
bite.
Okay. Oh,
Oh, that's a miss. That one.
even with a
Yeah.
15?
And that
And then
one.
the behemoth can move the rest of wherever it would.
He can fly around. Wants to go back.
Well, I mean, we wanted to grab him and throw him down there.
I guess it
But-
first. All right. What
but
about the
you
lizard
know.
man?
Yeah, can he go get back up on his mount if he just does that?
I think so. It's still enough. Spend your turn hopping back on.
Yeah, like it's very undignified as a rider
He
to
throws
fly
himself
down
off
here
and lands on it.
yeah.
Oh,
He
Gracefully.
rolls off coolly.
oh.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had years to practice with the skin wings, and
He's
has
kind of old at this point.
probably used them for a while.
Yeah, okay, Michael does not get the rune of gravity back. Looks at the noble, scoffs. This young whelp commands the beast, the skin wing forward. Skin moves forward, like rest as it does. The skin wing will just go ahead and make a peck, a bite. 32 versus armor class.
Hits.
Oh no! Oh no! You've been grabbed.
Oh no.
Throw him
Noble got grabbed.
into the fire.
That was not which it was. Skinwing just like sits there, and as like the nobles like lift it up, Lockhall brings the hammer down.
No. That is a barely miss. Double twisting in the beak, like trying to use it to shield himself from the burning hammer.
Well, time for the precedent.
Oh
I'm on
shit!
your side.
Uh,
I was always on your side. Right.
like it's too late for you, boy. It's the end of the turn.
Yeah, the Archon has unpredictable flanker. As such, whenever you're adjacent to one of his allies, he counts as flanking you. Disadvantage
Well,
against Valignant.
Valignant never
Oh.
grants combat advantage.
Well, Valignant doesn't care that he's being flanked.
No.
Oh,
Um,
that's sweet.
still, I wish he could move more, but he can't. He
Motherfucker.
can't shift.
God,
Um,
this bitch.
what a thing, you know. What a thing. But he will shift over here,
Flying well.
and then he will prepare to do his Dance of the Blade, which is a close burst to enemies in burst. It'll be Skirthug, Skinwing, and Valignant.
When this
Skinwing, Valignant.
skin wing is mounted, you can only target one of them.
Oh. Well, then we'll be
I
Skirthug.
think it said it was this one.
Yeah, you're right. Dan Skillings, they're so good mounts. Alright, so yeah, that will just be the first two. So it'll be 32 hitting Skirthug for 25 damage.
Yeah.
And then
I don't have that button. I have different
am I doing the
buttons.
right one?
25, sorry. Take extra 4.
I think. Duelist Blade. I clicked the wrong power when I did the damage on it. This is the power.
29.
Oh, so 4 more damage?
Yes.
Then immobilized and takes ongoing 5.
Immobilized and ongoing 5 damage.
And then the noble shift 2 squares. Shifts adjacent to the immobilized dragon, my word.
That's brave.
This guy's in the mouth of it. He's gonna swing his longsword at the Skinwing this time,
Oh no!
striking it in the side
He
slightly.
has reach.
No, he's in its mouth.
Oh, the other guy. I was gonna say, what the fuck?
His arm
Actually, that head
elongates.
damage will be halved because of the weakened state. You should make a save against that.
You're absolutely right.
He's no longer weakened.
This guy will step back and shoot Relignith with the longbow.
First one is a hit.
Right, you are the closest enemy.
All right,
22.
that is 22, so 17.
And
Ouch.
the second one's a hit.
The second one is a miss. I've got +3 AC
All right.
from the Shield of
Relignith.
the Gods.
You
All right,
heal 10.
He heals 10. He takes no damage from the ongoing 5 because he has resist 5. And then he is going to smash this Archon into the ground, hopefully. Do I need to do that? Let's advance upon this Archon here. The inexorable.
The inexorable immobilized advance.
For another crit for 50 damage.
All right. All right.
And then a 47 for 24. And on that attack, we're also gonna activate the flaming property of his claws, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So he takes another 8 and is
Nope.
done. Alright.
He burns and dies. As I suppose, Dragon's steps up, right, ready to parry the dragon, as he's then just buried in dragon parts.
And then, while Vilignov slowly shifts his gaze towards this noble, he is going to shake off this immobilize. Mostly for effect, not because I need to. And then he's gonna shake off his wounds. Because, yeah. It's a healing surge plus 29.
May not be the only fight that gets presented to you in Westgate.
Oh yeah, I've got 8 more healing surges.
All right,
Yes, that
makes perfect sense.
ongoing damage.
Yes, ongoing 5. Oh. Luckily, my mount is not immobilized. Only me.
It's true.
And I'm sitting on it. So you know. He'll try again to do the flyby grab attack. Or, well, is it grasping talent?
I just need to pin.
Oh wait, I have to re-roll for that.
Oh,
You don't see that.
try.
Oh,
Do it. Go.
do I move my token the entire way and then attack? Or,
Just do it now. If you want to move backwards, you can figure out exactly what you want to do.
what does that mean? Oh,
Just
click.
do your attack, and then you can
Okay.
figure out how you moved. It's a miss.
26? My
Oh.
lord. Okay.
Oh,
See here.
I'll just stay here.
Michael Ward Buster does
Oh, wait,
recharge.
my character gets to do stuff too.
oh, sure, do it.
That was the skin wing.
Sure, do it. Let's keep going.
No,
Okay.
yeah, fine.
All right. Ward Buster recharges the Rune of Gravity. That's a minor action. It is a ranged attack. Sure. 23 versus Fortitude on the Noble.
Nope. That won't do it.
Okay.
Does that provoke?
It's a range attack.
Yes, so it would. Swing the sword.
Okay. Great. Call, snorts derisively, has the Skinwing Behemoth fly off into the air, dragging off the Westgate Noble, 8 spaces up off the parapet,
Oh boy.
and then just lets him go.
Yeah. that's a bad time. A lot of D10s too, but squish.
Michael spends his standard action lighting the cigar that's in his character portrait and ends his turn.
Uses the hammer.
Yep.
This guy will step back and shoot. I mean, shoot the dragon. Just. Hey, that's a crit. 15. It's 29 damage.
29. Ouch.
And then a miss. People, you're gonna need someone at the inside. Just think about it. As he sees the arrow like strike, and he's like, oh, I did it. And then the dragon is like, ah. Oh, wait. And then he's like, ah.
It's a bit late. No, he always rewards those who
Allez.
do good things for him, but they have to happen before you're threatened. Why does this healing strike macro just keep appearing over and over again? I don't have that ability.
It's haunting you.
Here we go again.
Just keeps
A
appearing.
mysterious case of like, how did buttons end up on Sheep's character token?
Let's just do this so I don't really remember what it was. 45 versus AC.
Oh, yes.
26 damage.
Yeah, I think probably just to end this encounter here. I don't think he can really. He got his crit, right? He's gonna get full run.
I think that's fair.
To say that with that and with your 10s at beating up the garrison, whatever forces are here have retreated into the actual keep. In a bit, you will have taken the forces there too. All you need for that is time. So you can take your short rest if you want.
I do want to. I will use my last healing word. I got 3 of those these days.
Level 21, viewers.
23 extra 31. Okay. Full health. Almost.
Yeah. It's clear that people are curious to see what's happening, but most people are staying away. Most likely the forces of the guard basically is assembling to prepare an assault at the location to free it from this foreign occupant. It seems likely that the Thaans might interfere as well, given their statement. That said, he probably has a little bit of time here to act if you have anything particularly you want. He stirred up quite a fuss.
I think Vinny just wants to continue taking this place. If there's defenders hold up inside, I mean, he's got his behemoth for a reason.
Sure, you can begin ramming it. All right, Sheep. The inside of this castle here is something he can begin to take. Now, it's all well and good. Mostly that's gonna take time. And beyond that, it doesn't seem like there's much in here, nor are many of the people he thought might be here actually in here. Unless, of course, there's parts of this rather small place that he might not be exactly aware of. This is a keep in Westgate. They most definitely have most of their things secret. Secret passages, secret doors, traps. That sort of thing is the next obstacle to pushing further into actually taking over this place. We're talking about the skill challenge.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Now you're on it alone here. You know, it goes sometimes, I suppose. But you're looking at 6 successes before 3 failures to basically find your way into the relevant parts of the place, because under this keep is a sprawling amount of various tunnels and such. They may or may not be actually helpful at getting him to where he wants to go. So he can probably find some of them, but that's not necessarily enough. So, so let's see. Dungeoneering particularly would be relevant here, so perception, streetwise.
Is there any bonus or qualification added by his minions that he has to the skill challenge?
I think that there should be. Yeah. He has dwarves, right? So, for this skill challenge sheet, why don't you count Dungeoneering as being a trained skill?
+5.
That's relevant for sure. All right.
Seems like something they would be good at. I don't think the lizard folk are particularly like, this is not really their forte.
No. So you know that I would Velignov have enough restraint to not kill everyone so he can question someone.
Up to you.
I feel like he would. Like he enjoys the fight. He's not too fussed about like really just like killing and slaughtering. Like that's part of the fun, but not a necessity. And someone's got to survive somehow, I'm sure. I would want to argue for an intimidate to interrogate the survivors about, secret doors and such.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's the interrogation skill for sure.
31.
That is success. Yeah, he gets some pointers to some secret doors. So a lot of the people in here don't know all of the secret doors. This place is old. And though on the outside, again, it's not that big. The hill is sort of full of all this stuff, right? There's a dungeon down here.
I mean, it's a dungeon. Dungeoneering, obviously relevant. He'll question his dwarfs about, how would you have built an underground labyrinth in this kind of rock, and get some advice there.
Well, everything here is thoroughly incompetent, Velignith. But if I were to pretend to be incompetent,
Takes out his folder.
Starts drawing on graph paper.
Well, I feel like they have like a like a folder for like any part of rock mixed with anything, like just mock-ups really.
The dwarves definitely see some places that are this is definitely a secret door spot. You don't make an archway this tall as a decoration. That's a definite.
Yes.
Looks like that +5 was relevant.
Oh yeah.
All right, you're a 2 out of 6, man.
Yeah, those were my only good skills. So yay. Yeah. Other than that, like the Fury, I suppose, actually looking around with perception makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. You can just suss out some places.
20.
He looks around, but it's made for people looking around.
No.
It's expecting this approach. So he finds some that turn out to be fakes, traps that sort of collapse roofs on him and such. Very uncomfortable. Wastes his time.
That does give him an idea. Those secret doors and such rarely take into account someone who doesn't care whether the building still stands in the way it did before. After you found them, that wall looks weak. Let's see if it is.
All right.
Maybe it's hiding something. It would like to smash things with athletics, perhaps.
All right, yeah. Break his way through things. That I can see that.
34.
34. That is a success. Yeah. 3 out of 6, man. As he smashes through some places to find some other rooms. It seems like people at some point had a thing for walling in rooms where people were sleeping. So a bunch of like rooms that have skeletons in them.
Wonderful.
Ugh.
What other things? Are there any like magical mechanics perhaps in play to hide certain
illusions, various types of trickery?
That's something that I can maybe do.
Again, it seems like the nobles don't all know all the ways. Each family sort of have tried to fill this place with their secret chambers and whatnot.
That's not gonna do it.
Looks around. No, can't find it. It's not easy. It's well-made stuff. These people have money. And they have Thayan friends. Alright, that puts him at 3 successes, 2 failures.
Yeah, there's no way I can.
History might make sense. Insight could be. In streetwise.
Insight. I suppose he could be like walking around and keeping an eye on the survivors, see if their eyes subconsciously dart to somewhere important.
Sure.
Something along those lines.
Just find out who might actually know something.
That's a 1.
He does, and the guy talks a lot, and he does find a way further down. It's maybe not the best way.
But it's a way.
It's a way. This is a failing forward skill challenge sort of situation.
Okay.
Which brings him not to the short path, but to another one, which is the Elevar dungeon level. As he steps down in what seems to be a large network of tunnels and chambers, he can hear sounds from in here. It appears to be some sort of a dungeon, perhaps a secret place below the keep where the actual important affairs are happening. Now, a lot of those affairs might not be something Valignant actually cares about. Whatever people are around will be hunted down by his minions eventually. Now, exploring this place might well give him a way to maybe go even further down. I mean, certainly this place looks older than the other things he's been in, but it also looks somewhat vast.
Well, the thing is, Valignant is not in a rush. He doesn't have to explore this entire place today. Really, his goal was to take the building, as he said, and that was that. He would be fine with just fortifying and waiting a bit. Maybe even, at this point, contacting the other dragons and being like, yo, I've secured a potential entrance to their tomb we've talked about in the past. And then continuing some other day.
Sure. Did he bring the speaking stones or sending stone?
I think it would have made sense for him to bring those, yes.
All right.
I was planning to stay here for a bit, and sending messages back and forth is just not practical.
This is a chance to bring in the other dragons, or at least have a little RP with them, right? So let's have that scene of where would he go to like contact?
Probably just a corner somewhere.
Sure.
Maybe one of the towers, just overlooking things.
I'm gonna go ahead and write my dragon out of the interaction. She's somewhere in the Gulfmere, and her minions don't know where.
Okay. Well,
Right.
Then what about Rashikatrix? Harry?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, the Cicatrix is available. Well, will be, shortly.
Mm-hmm. Can hear like fighting in the background, probably. Some dragons are being hunted down and whatnot. You can see the next wave of them building on outside, getting ready to storm.
Yes, Medicnif.
Hello. I may have secured a way in Westgate to reach the tomb below it. I've not explored
You find
the depths
another
yet.
way.
No. I found a way.
Right. Yes, of course.
The situation is not entirely under control yet, but I think it's merely a matter of time. I was wondering if you were interested in seeing its depths. I've heard strange, complicated things from both you as well as some Fayans who were very interested in my motives. about the involvement of aboleths and energies down below, none of which I particularly care for, but I am almost certain that there's more down there than just a convenient entrance to what I'm looking for.
Yes, the underground of Westgate is. Yes. Well, I will come. Though, how exactly am I supposed to make it inside without making myself known?
Don't know. The situation is quite a mess, I'm sure. And you're skilled enough to sneak in here somehow.
Oh. Sure. I'll see to it. Have you... Emmy is not available, I suppose.
I've not reached her via the stones, but this might be relevant to her interests. I have other ways of contacting her, no matter where she is. I just rarely use them, as I don't want to impose.
How truly considerate. Yes, fine. Well, once you have a time, I shall be there.
If you arrive as soon as you're able, you can enjoy some fights. The nobles, at least some of them, are quite upset at my methods, and I believe the Feyens are getting involved too.
I am widely recognized as the leader of the Marked in Westgate, you realize.
Sure. I don't want to phrase this in a way that might seem insulting to you, but I fail to see how that's my problem.
I will bring the stone, and I'll be in the area. And then she'll, like, leave it.
All right. And then afterwards, Valentin will do something he hasn't done in years, really, because it never seemed important enough. Which is do a sending ritual. Because he can do that. The 25 words, which I'm not going to count exactly, will of course be aimed at Emizuri Lidrafir. Will be something along the lines of secured an entrance into the depths of Westgate, likely entrance to Tomb. Feyens believe aboleths are involved.
Let me think of how she is going to enter 25 words a constructive reply. Especially with when I'm thinking about what she's been doing the past 2 weeks. I got it. Valigna receives back. Congratulations on your success. Congratulations on our group efforts to deceive the Thayans. Glad you're talking to me. That's the reply.
She'll get another one because Valigna's not very efficient. Expect resistance in depths. Would like you here. Could be fun.
Please.
Just put a laugh.
You hang up the phone, but it just calls again.
Yeah. I do all day.
Oh, let me like think of how she'll reply to that. She says, I think back a reply. I absolutely could provide you assistance. What is it that you're looking for?
I don't think there's a response to that.
All right.
Either she comes or she doesn't.
All right. Well, the next thing that happens here before they manage to arrive is the attack from the the guard, right, trying to oust him again. This will not be they don't have anything that can really sort of, at least they won't bring it, that can really threaten Malignant as such. So this will just be his faction. Get them out of there.
Okay.
So there will be an attack. And they are moving in to try to damage your might. It's double threes, double ones.
We're gonna counterattack.
Oh.
Makes sense, I think. That'd be 6, 8, 9. Unfortunately, the attackers are not behind fortifications.
They are not.
Would be counterattack. 777, 666.
No, yeah. That counterattacks. Yeah, they move up with their clubs and spears and such to go and do something about it. But as they're trying to gather in decent numbers, Malignant strikes and sort of scatters them, right? They're not paid enough for this. Besides, now half of the nobles says that the dragon is on their side, so they made an attempt. So nothing else. They weakened him for the Thayans, who are certainly also gathering strength. Which might well be the next thing on the menu here. Now, Grimmith, you still would like to take part in the battle, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We've got a really a selection here. There's the Artificer here. There's Skirthok. There's also the potential for Sethiston, if you're feeling dragony, or even for Cassel, the vampire.
Yeah, I think those are really cool options that would give like some roleplay flavor too. I think I would pursue those normally, but I think given the dragon's current mind state, she would go herself.
Okay.
Which will give me a window into what she's been doing the past 2 months before she ends up getting interrupted by 2 sending messages. I think it's so Valignif departs with Yinka, and then Emizar Legiothir contacts and forgives Vercingetorix. And it's the next day that Emizar Legiothir remembers that Navorial was a dragon that had a treasure hoard. The dragon whose name she doesn't know and will never know. But she was so excited and wrapped up in escaping the curse of lethargy that she completely forgot all about her greed. Mm-hmm. And rather than be put off about the fact that she didn't get like the location of this treasure from the dragon, she gets wrapped up in the excitement of finding it herself. It's an opportunity for her to go traversing through the entire Gulfmere. And so begins her long odyssey of traipsing across the forest in search of clues and hunting for the other dragon's treasure. And along the way, if you can imagine how terrifying this might be for normal denizens of the Gulfmere, she stops to talk to just about everything. The epic tier, like Elder of the Emerald Enclave, stops at like some like druid or like some sort of like little conclave or like groves place and just starts peppering them with questions about like, how long have you lived here? What do you like about here? What do you see happening in the future? Like Emerald Enclave, sort of like questions, like asking people about nature and being very folksy and friendly and animated. She also makes concerted efforts to learn Druidic, Chondathan, and Deep Speech, because that sounds appropriate.
All of them at once.
Yeah, all of them at once. She summons every single like minion of like the subsection that was like her Verdant Eclipse, specifically to the Grand Temple of Malar, because she's going to meet with every single one of them individually and touch base with them, because she doesn't really know who most of them are, and so she needs to conceptualize who all of them are and what kind of like organizational support structure there is, because they all need to get in touch with Novacree, because he's going to be the one who's overseeing like that Verdant Eclipse branch moving forward.
Everyone's
And-
afraid. Yeah.
Every single one of them, she'll pepper them with the same sort of question that she's asking everyone who lives in the Gulfmere. She'll also end up taking the time when she hears that Valignith is busy. She is going to pay a personal visit to the Dragonfang while he's away.
All right. It doesn't have a lot of people in it right now.
Yes, it's good. She arrives alone, quietly, and finds her way down, looking for the shrine of Tiamat. Sheep, would you mind describing that room again? It has been quite some time since it's been brought up in descriptor and context.
Sure. First of all, to go down there, there's plenty of ways for Emmy to sneak down if she so wishes. But the actual entrance to the shrine itself is hidden behind a massive metal hatch in the central hub of the Fane. There's no way that anything can go in there undetected. There's always a couple of guards. It's not just a thing that anyone can walk into. The shrine itself, however, after a little tunnel through the chiseled rock, basically, opens up into a almost like fractional pentagonal chamber. There's 5 corners, in each corner a large obsidian pillar decorated with gems of the appropriate colors, emeralds and rubies, and you know the kinds. And each pillar having a rather significant pile of wealth strewn about it, gold coins and amulets and anything worth of any value whatsoever. It is chock full of just wealth. There's even a reasonably sized, almost gold statue in the center of the shrine. It's not the largest chamber, but it's large enough that a dragon of Emmy size or bigger would not be constrained in any way.
All right.
Probably empty at the current time. Behind the pillar with like the red decoration,
Yeah, I see it.
there is the rooms seems to disappear into another tunnel that Emmy remembers is the way to where Valignith used to have his stuff.
Yeah. I have put myself on the map, which does still exist in the Serpent Valley, and I'm glad for that. Missouri Leaderthier, like, steps, having made no attempts to hide, like, her, like, approach into this place, anyone who might be there attending the shrine, or, like, the guards are standing outside, she will dismiss, saying that, in, like, response to anything, that she will be speaking with the Dark Lady privately.
They respect her wishes with no comments, really. Or hesitation, even.
Missouri leaders here, like when she's alone, like looks to the shrine, like eyeing sort of like each section, like the treasures and the gold statue that's been left there. Like steps next to the gold statue, center, like remembers the memories of being in this place before, the Lich. Clears her throat, says, "Dark Lady, Queen of Chaos, Nemesis of the Gods. It has been some time since I've spoken at you, though," she snorts, "it was not much of a conversation. I was but a hatchling, and I wanted many things, not just from you, but from others, and I had nothing to offer them. Some days I still wonder whether I do have something to offer. But, at least for today, at least for this one moment of conversation, I have something that I think will allow you to, if not forgive, at least excuse everything that's happened thus far, to have a brief moment. She walks over towards the green section. She looks down at her claws and pulls off from the claw a simple silver ring. She looks at the ring, then looks at the altar, and looks back to the ring, which is the most valuable part of her treasure hoard, the Ring of the Risen at 425,000 gold pieces, and puts it down.
Oh,
She eyes the ring a little bit and says, "What is it that the gods, even you, Dark Lady, could offer the damned? What is it that you could offer prisoners, slaves, who have no freedom, who were born to have nothing? I have thought long and hard about what it is that could be offered, and I've studied you, had opportunity to learn about you. I never thought I would be having this interaction with you. I never thought that you would give me anything, and yet it is to you I must give thanks, for it is through your vessel, Felignith, and his minion Yinka, studying the Tome of the Dragon, that an attempt to bring you to this world, that I achieved what I was meant to be, what I am supposed to be, that I feel as I should have been all these years. I thought I knew what it was to be me. Now I feel what I am and what I was meant to be, and how I was deprived of that for so long. To feel free. That's something you can understand, something you crave, I'm sure, Dark Lady. To be free. And so, I must give you my respect and thanks at this moment. My most prized possession in my hoard is but a trinket in yours for giving me this opportunity to be free. Thank you for your mercy. Now, I won't babble too much further. You have so much to do, and so do I. But, if I may make a plea, that when your vessel, your servant Felignith, who cannot offer you himself entirely, for he is not free, when he brings you to this world, a feat in which I will assist him in for what you have given me, I ask that you not let him go wasted and unwanted and undesired. For he should belong in your hoard, Dark Lady. He should have the freedom to give himself to you completely. He cannot do so at this time. He is simple. You are complex. And yet he identifies with you so thoroughly and has been cheated out of the opportunity to serve you after death. Do not let his soul be squandered. Add it to your hoard where it belongs. Then she inhales deeply and begins walking out of the shrine along the path towards where she knows Velignith used to sleep, because she had to haul his hoard in and out of there once upon a time.
Yeah. That is quite an offering, and also quite the wording. I think, I mean, Emissary knows what a religious experience is.
Yes.
I think at the moment when she I didn't want to interrupt you, of course, but at the moment when she uttered the word free, like the various shrines would sort of flicker or light up in these glittering gemstones, right? There would be a looming presence, as if many eyes were watching, right? With Tiamat's presence these years, it's always when there is an attention from there, she's a chained god. She's broken and split in pieces, and she's always constantly clawing her way, trying to sort of unite herself, right? Her different avatars are stuck on different planes. chained in various ways. And it's perhaps that yearning, right? That shared desire to just be what they're meant to be. And, if nothing else, Tiamat's wrath at those who have imprisoned her. That is present. As for any other interaction, I think actually it is Velignith that feels it. He is a part of Tiamat. He's becoming a part of Tiamat. In one way, he's bringing her to this plane simply by doing what he's doing and being who he is. He is manifesting her power. And I think it is through that connection as he's... I mean, I suppose this would be technically before he attacked. It's a little confusing. Or maybe he just finds out later here. But he will know what happened or what was said in the shrine. And he will know that Tiamat is well pleased with this offering. This vastly valuable offering. Now, there's no sign to Emissary that Velignith would know, but he is epically divine. He is reaching a point where Tiamat and him are becoming more and more the same. One and the same. Yeah, so I think that in some way is the reward she chooses to give, just to show Velignith what was done. And that it is pleasing, and that she does indeed intend to return this prayer. Once she is free, she will be uncomplicated.
All right. Sheep has Velignith like transition. Like, how much of his like personal hoard has he transitioned to like the Mithril Island? Like, how does it look like in the cubbyhole where he sleeps?
I think the cubbyhole at this point would be empty. Like,
Okay.
it's still there. No reason to collapse the tunnel or anything, but
Mm.
he has moved out there.
Yeah. Missouri later figure like looks around. She's mildly surprised, not having known. She her lips, such as they are on a dragon, curl in a smile as she lays out the portable hole and reaches into it and places down the sole treasure now left in this cubbyhole, an old, battered, dented anvil, onto which is adhered a note that Emissary Legiothere wrote in her own human hand. A note which, when it is eventually found, will say, "When I asked what you wanted for nothing, and yet I could not help but offer you something. Do not ask how it came about, for after all, you wanted nothing." Emissary Legiothere. She folds the hole back up and heads back in her innumerable pursuits until she gets the first sending, and then the second sending, to which like she coyly replies like, "What do you need?" And when she doesn't get a third sending, she goes, basically equivalent, "Fuck it, I'll just go myself."
Listening to some other druids she found, interrogating about their life and hobbies, and how's the kids? And they're like, fine.
Yeah, what do you do when the level 21 Elder of the Emerald Enclave like shows up like wanting to know about your life and livelihood?
You tell them whatever they want to know.
Like the servant of Malar, like, who wants to know about what you do and how you feel about the direction of nature and threats.
I mean, as long as it's those things are things that druids have opinions about.
Yeah.
But yeah, she gets
like,
that she's a big deal. The dragon fear is real. It takes a moment
like,
for people to actually collect themselves.
then like, how long have you lived here? Like, you got any family? Like, oh god, what? Like, yeah, like Emissary Legiothere will think about it, and she will transition into the form of a skinwing behemoth, and then she will fly to Westgate.
Sure.
Kiotox Skinwing was Emmy all along.
Aye.
Wouldn't that be a revelation? No.
Yeah, I mean, Basicatrix will show up too. It's just for the convenience, the Thanes will spend this time, having hope perhaps that the Westgate could defend itself a little bit more. That said, these nobles again, they're sort of known for rolling over when someone really powerful comes along. They're just sort of working for them now. That's fine. I'll let Basicatrix show up as well. As I believe was the plan. Yeah, Eric? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Look at us. Majestic.
All right. Yeah. We've got 40 minutes. So if you want to take yourself back to Westgate, it's time for you guys to defend this place, because, well, since we fought some Thanes, right? And, Relignith has done things that need to be done.
Ambiguous Legislature will not reveal that she has arrived. She is going to be an untended skinwing behemoth that is somehow its rider was misplaced in the fighting.
As it happens.
That's right.
I was gonna say the Cicatrix trails as a drow when she gets close, so it's real nice.
Now, I and
The lineup
Thanes,
doesn't look as impressive as it is.
I and the Thanes are just now realizing that they have a big problem when fighting dragons using Thayan military tactics, which is they don't really use bows. Their forces are very melee oriented, which is not efficient against behemoths nor dragons. What are you gonna do? You got a lot of Glavenolds and some undead. So, for the first part, sheep, we're gonna have a little bit of a faction contest here, and basically, if they win, you're gonna face a bunch of minions, basically things that couldn't, like that your people couldn't deal with, and if you succeed, you might face up to no minions, because your people are dealing with those.
Okay.
So let's see. I should just remember to transition our viewers. So they will come at you with their power. Now, as they're attacking, they have red wizards as an asset, which means that they have one expert die, so they get to not roll a die, but simply, they'll just have a 10 to begin with. One of their results. They have a 10, which didn't help them.
That's a lot of dice regardless.
That is 2 9s and 3 8s.
Yeah, they did have some time to prepare.
Attacking they're attacking to damage your fight.
Oh, they're also damaging a stat.
Well, yeah, but it's an actual attack.
Alright, I mean... Defend would have 7 dice. No, I'm just gonna take it.
No, you can take a slap on the might. As opposed, that means that as they charge in, your people fall back, leaving Relignith and the dragons to really take the brunt of this attack. It's tempting for them to continue, but right now we will have the fight to see to. Maybe they don't need to. All right, well, we'll get the full minion numbers then.
The full force of the Fey Knight.
You can put yourself on this thing as you wish.
You'd be like here.
Ari, do you need me to copy your token?
I think Ari is still in like her BRB a second.
Then I will.
I'll have myself as the skinwing behemoth who lost the rider in the fallback and is like hesitation mode.
Cicatrix probably hidden too.
Yep, because like in this case, Emu's Legions, they're not hidden so much as like I mean, I'm a really hungry behemoth, and there could be a bite to eat in that. I could eat a knoll. Stupid, stupid Skinwing.
Um, yeah, I mean, the back now, Erie. I put Resigatrix in a palm tree, figuring you'd want to hide. But if you want to be anywhere else, you could just do that. That's fine.
The lowest spell for where I can't physically roll is 23, and that's a 1, so figure I'm pretty hidden here.
Sure.
Good.
Who knows? They might have like some sort of crazy life-sensing bullshit.
The
I mean,
Knolls?
they sense a lot of life here.
I mean, I don't understand how Theodolls work, Eric.
Incredible. Oh, right? Oh, man.
Maybe the
27.
Knolls too are dragons in disguise.
It's Seth is dead. What? How can this be?
How did he know?
I thought Jefferson was behind me, but no, that was a Knoll.
He was behind this all along.
You will then be phasing the zombie hosts, as well as a full regiment of Thean Gnolls, as well as 3 red wizards and their knights. And that will be the sort of first move here from their side. It seems like an adequate amount of force for a dragon to be dealt with. They're not aware that there's more than one. They might have delayed to further strengthen their position, but you know, it's a good start. So let's roll some initiative rolls.
Initiative, you say.
Oh, damn it. Keep doing this every fucking level. God, I'm gonna need you to tick off my allow players to edit, like, at my initiative button.
Oh, man.
Sorry, God.
It's fine. It doesn't take that long. There we go. We should be good.
Alright.
Let me look here. I'm not happy with my puny 27. Wait, actually.
What kind of baby are you rolling a 28?
8. Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Need to
For me, that's
find
a
my character
17 to
sheet,
get that.
however.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Okay.
We will group the minions, and each Thean wizard will move on the same initiative as his knight. That's a unit. The zombies are mostly sent here. They're good at climbing, as it turns out, as they are sent to sort of scale the walls, while the majority of the various gnolls and wizards will move in basically towards the door here. The gnolls are fairly heavily armored in sort of metal, having a buckler and then a glaive as a weapon. The knights have their longswords and sort of large, spiky shields. They exist to protect the wizard's sort of physical body here, while the wizards themselves are wearing their staffs and their red robes. These guys don't seem to be sort of lich level wizards, but they are red wizards, members of the actual organization. So they're not apprentices. Just clear you as well, so we can see them on the history counter. We'll group these. As Relictus is visible here, but you know the others aren't really.
He is visible for sure.
The gnolls will begin moving because their goal is actually to get and take over the building, right? Like they'll go here. It'll take them, I think. I mean, the door's probably broken, so a turn to get inside if they get to stay there. You could think of it as like a little tower defense mode, as they try to breach. moving in. His people has fallen back. They are ready for the slaughter. Just beginning to mow them down. Vercingetorix. Hidden in a palm tree.
You're muted, by the way, Ari, if you're voicing out your contemplations.
Oh,
Island stalker.
thank you. Yes, silent. It can only be answered by silence.
And you
I'm a
shoot.
palm tree.
If
They don't
you-
talk.
If you don't talk during the session, you have advantage against.
Is that how that works?
That's like a 13th age enemy.
Oh no, as Sheep would say.
Whenever
Well-
you mute yourself, all the enemies get to attack.
Right. The ettercaps, and that's all Manikai would need to flash us. Like, not an ettercap, a red cap, and Sheep would
see.
quit.
On one hand, I want to attack these minions, but also they're not important. Like, do I go breathe on them, or do I go to the Thayans? That's,
What Vercingetorix has firmly conveyed that she hates wizards with a burning
It's true.
passion. None of these gnolls are wizards, to Vercingetorix's knowledge.
I mean, I befriended Mystic Burr, he's the,
It's not
Who's a
wizard.
bugbear, not a gnoll. You racist bitch.
oh no.
These are good wizards, though, entirely.
What is like,
You recognize the
How
robe
dare
and
you.
all the.
all
They even
right.
smell like yeah. All the reagents and such.
How, I'm not sure I can make it over there. Am I?
Vercingetorix leaps out of the fucking palm tree over the wall and then
And charges a red wizard.
charges the red wizard with a melee basic attack. Just fuck you.
Basically what she says. Yeah. It's true. Let me see here.
While adjacent to a Thean Knight, the runes on his armor lights up, and you have -2 to your attack rolls.
That's rude.
So the charging gives you a +1 to your attack roll at least. So there's that.
Yes,
So
I
you
guess
yourself already got a
-1
nice
to
one,
my
and-
melee basic attack.
-1 to your man. And then as soon as the charge ends, your turn immediately ends.
Yes.
A second dragon.
Is he surprised?
Yeah. Well, he didn't see you at the beginning, so you were hidden.
Oh, so I get to do my sneak attack,
yes, you do.
which I think is now better.
That is the
Yes, it
purpose of
is.
being hidden.
I get to do it so rarely, I don't know the rules anymore. It's very hard to argue that you are hidden when you're a big dragon,
On the wall.
Ari, you found plenty of opportunities to sneak attack.
Oh, this is the wrong.
Uh,
Yes, here it is. New improved sneak attack.
That is certainly better than 13. Stab, slap him into his magical defenses. Give a break. It's significant damage. Ow.
Yes,
You have their attention.
good.
Big skin wing lazily sitting on top of her.
Like, he's very leader Thier, the expertly hidden, in plain sight behemoth, looks at all of the flesh and knows gnolls would be a great target to eat, but that's not who really matters. Gnolls are gnolls. She knows what's up. Spare no expense, so the behemoth lazily begins to fly over, distracting, totally is not an important dragon, searching for targets of opportunity, 10 squares up in the air, because she has a fucking fly speed of 10. And I think just gonna double move and end turn.
Alright. Yeah. He's not getting much attention right now. The various ravaged host will come up here. Crawling up. And then we'll try to claw Velignith
No, that's a miss.
with bony hands.
That is it.
Slowed save ends as he gets just covered in zombies.
Covered in gargoyles, covered in zombies.
I've been there before.
Take the walls.
Have you ever been covered in zombies, viewers?
I think last time it was mummies, actually. I'm not sure if that's
Yeah,
better or
it-
worse.
Mummies are worse.
Wizard will shift over here. And it's time for the dailies. This is a real dragon, and that's some serious stuff.
What?
So,
I could be a fake dragon.
probably not. You hurt like a real dragon. Points at
God.
Psychiatrix, and we'll call upon the Chains of Priador. Normally, we would use it to like catch or some slaves or something, but now the full power of this spell will be brought upon Psychiatrix. Put it like there. It actually targets his area. That looks like a miss, though.
It does look like a miss.
Sad. Oh well.
I feel good about it.
The massive chains that are spring from the ground, blackened and covered in necrotic power, as they reach up, trying to grab the dragon.
See? This is what Saiyans do. They try to bind you.
Mhm.
Oh, shit.
Mhm.
Oh, this guy's dead now.
Now I should still mark it because he can sustain it. I should want to in the spot. Yeah. We summoned them. That's gonna have to do. All right. That really was not what he wanted. Okay. What else does he have he can play with? Burst 10. This is just out. You know what? It turns out this Skinwing is gonna have to get some damage because it's within range. As he will see that the chains don't do anything, panic a little bit, use his action point.
I am 10 squares up in the air. Am I
That's
still in the
true.
range of that?
Let's see here. That gives us a diagonal. Are you within burst 10? I don't. Probably not. Probably not. No, let's see.
Okay.
Just for the ease of it, if nothing else. All right. Still worth it though. He's panicked a little bit. He will raise his hand up and call from the sky, flaming meteorites. Targeting Psychiatrix only, because there's no other visible. Probably like some random lizard folk as well. So it targets two things within. That is a 36 versus reflex.
Oof.
That will not hit because I attacked a person with combat advantage this turn and thus have +2 from concealment.
All right. Yeah. So next to you explodes a burning, dazing meteorite. It's
Just
what is it?
imagine the combo of like being bound and then being fucking meteored.
Yeah. Note that recharges, by the way.
Yeah, she dodges narrowly. She's like, oh my god.
Willignus can see it all as he's covered in zombies. Gnolls marching to butcher his people.
Wants to fight wizards too, but he's covered in zombies.
That's what happens.
I guess he's just gonna do the thing that he knows works against most things that are grouped up, which is Dragon Breath. How about that?
All right.
Against these two zombie hordes, 33 and 45.
They're pretty easy to hit. With anything, really. It
Wonderful.
burns them. It's light on fire.
Then as a minor action, or rather, I guess as a move action, because he used his minor action, he's going to get rid of this stupid slow. And then as a standard action, going to move.
Flying, I assume.
Yeah, he would be flying at this point.
Fly 5 then, not 7, right?
Fly 5?
Yeah, your fly speed is 5, not
My
7.
fly speed is 5, you're correct. And now I guess I'll action point. Like he's gonna like fly here, action point to do like a bit of a flyby dragon breath during that. Which I do actually have to draw out. It's gonna be like so.
All right. I assume you're hitting the ground, not the host.
The ground, yeah, not the host.
A pillar of flame rises up.
Which will be a lot of targets. That is 5.
That's a miss.
A miss, wonderful. It's a 1, yeah. 23 fire damage on those. That matters.
Burn a bunch of holes.
And then it's time for a charge against this wizard. The flying charge.
Oh,
Into-
you also have the -2 to attack rolls next to the.
Yeah, so I have a -1 total. That is a crit.
Oh,
Again?
Oh my god.
Jesus!
That's so much damage.
That is a crit on my hardest hitting attack.
2d12 plus
Crunch.
5d6.
Yeah,
bro.
no,
Holy
he's,
mother!
he's well bloodied.
What in the
Smashing into
world?
this wizard. Just, he threw a flaming meteor. Velignov is a flaming meteor.
That's right. That's my thing. You.
He just called out something in Thay and then gets interrupted by a dragon exploding on him. Crunch. I mean,
Baka.
his knight is not doing his job.
And as Velignov smashes into him, he also gets to slide an ally who's adjacent to him. So 6 gonna go there.
Away from the
And also one class feature that I keep forgetting about, because crits are supposed to be rare. When I score a critical hit with a weapon, I gain resist
Rest him.
rest 10. Resist 10 to all damage until the end of my next turn.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
Alright, Velignov's here with a vengeance, throwing himself into a flaming fireball, roaring at this wizard. Faye has come to die.
Marquise, because I might split them a bit away from their people. So I don't remember who's who. Alright. Yellow team sees this, not okay with it, actually. And Malignant needs to get the chains. That's what needs to happen. So this will be the change of Priador against Malignant. Oh,
That's a miss.
what are you gonna do? Oh. It's a good spell, it just doesn't hit well. He's not as committed to action pointing right now as the other guy was. Not him who's really in danger.
Maybe because he hasn't been attacked yet.
He's dead, yeah.
He's about to be up the chain of command by 2 people.
Why
If
is
this
here?
goes right.
They really are here for Malignant. He'll try the chains as well. But 1 fortitude is also a miss here.
We're getting dragons in their fortitude saves. Come on.
They're not easy to capture, as it turns out. He doesn't think the meteorites will work super well in this one, though. Fire damage for you. But he will tell his knight to go get it. So he will step over here. There, he's next to him still. Knight will try to use the scourge, taking out a long whip to hurt. Looks like Not a lot of success. These guys are. It's good for you. All right. Beyond that, they will call back some of these gnolls because honestly, here, swing its glaive with advantage. Oh, you don't grant advantage. This one can charge. That looks like a hit. 8 damage. Except you resist 10, so I guess you don't care. Get back here, gnolls. Yes.
You know what? That door is no longer a priority.
Yeah, you know, they don't. There's dragons on their face now. That's sort of really important. Cicatrix.
Yes. It is I. Yeah. I mean, I see a bloodied enemy before me. It's a Thayan who tried to bite me. Yeah, I will do my stance and get the incredible benefit of a D6 instead of a D4, you know. And try to use my finish it power. I believe that's a crit.
That is a crit, a natural crit. Yeah.
All right. Well, let me
Do you have
first check the
anything
power.
that splashes that? Because I guess
It's got like 1 hit point left.
you
20,
finished
okay.
it.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, you murdered. You got him. You got a red
Killed the red
wizard.
wizard, yeah. You only had like 1 turn.
The dragon just like chomps and so ready to just, and it's just like it's limp in her mouth, but it's like so disappointing.
Congratulations, you finished it.
The feeble
Yeah,
body of an evil nerd splinters and breaks very easily. Once his powerful spells are gone.
Okay, well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah, I guess the dragon, you know, will look to the night next. She'll shift.
And it grits its teeth because they get a lot of pain when their wizard is hurt. And,
Good.
you know, skin wing.
Amy Zure Lidrathier spirals down her 10 movement, like so, to land, like on the ground, like next to like this red wizard. As she does so with her move action, the quick action occurs as her body, sickeningly and rapidly, like begins to morph and deform, becoming not just the Skinwing Behemoth, but the Emerald Enclave's one of the elders, Emizure Lidrathier. A standard action, she will convert to a minor action to mark Thea Knight 2 and Red Wizard 2, not attacking. She will say, "Greetings from the Emerald Enclave." That'll be the end of her turn.
The emerald is not what they expected. Zombies here. Called back. Because this was not. These dragons are much more aggressive in their defense of this fortified position than was anticipated. Malignus.
These walls are a coincidence, not a defense strategy. Therefore, shift forward, and
The walls are a coincidence.
then he will advance on this red wizard here.
All right.
He has a -2 from the dude for a 30.
It's 2 hits.
He'll shift before like the first attack just to be here, out of the evil chain. Is it here too? No. Then 24 and 22. Can I do something else? No.
All right.
That's done.
Yeah, why in the world is this? You know what? I don't think he has time to really think about it. There's a bunch of dragons here. That's bad for him.
No, we're hi. I teleport next to you as you shift for me.
Well,
Actually,
none of them
we'll,
hit with the damn chains.
I'll teleport here instead. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Um, you're threatening him. Doesn't like
Oh
that.
yeah. She hasn't attacked, but
Mhm.
she very much is indicating that she is threatened.
He'll reach out his staff, trying to poke at her with it, with a dread touch.
Oh, okay. It misses, and there is an immediate reaction counterattack with Persistent Harrier. 29 versus Armor Class.
Just misses.
Okay. As she attempts to phase through reality to strike, and they both miss each other.
Step up and try to whip her. Good roll too, but not enough. Just like
No.
hits the dragon's hide. Dragon's unamused.
Yep. Dragon is too tough.
Yeah. Alright, this one steps back here. Bad situations. Time for me to write. Seems like that's the thing. This will be against Belignith and Resicatrix. So Resicatrix and looks like a hit.
I mean, it targets reflex, therefore it hits.
Hit on both of you. So that is 12 damage, 24 fire damage, and you're dazed until the end of this next turn.
Will refuse to take fire damage.
Cicatrix. And I give you the dazed marker. Go. Yeah, then he will action point, because this is turning bad quick. And then he will use his double necrotic blasts at Belignith, which lets him do 2 necrotic blast attacks. Look at that. Oh, that works.
39 versus Reflex will hit even where Cicatrix.
As it gets Belignith.
I'm
Oh,
amazed
boy.
that he actually missed one.
Well, he has combat advantage against you because you're dazed, so that'd be a +2 to that
does
attack
not.
roll.
He does not.
That's right. I'm gonna have to learn how
that he ever has.
I'm going to learn that you keep cheating. You keep finding cheat.
Oh, you don't think that it's okay that when someone's reduced to 0, they just magically appear again? Kill 3 healing surges.
Well, I found this rule and I don't like it, so
No.
Harry, can you believe how much of a cheater this red dragon is? Unbelievable.
I'm looking at my own path, and it's like, hey, you only get stuff if you find something that's more powerful than you. I'm like, man.
that looks like a no. Right, these 2 gnolls attack Belignith.
That's
7 damage. One moves over here. Attacks the dragon. This
No,
one.
actually does manage to hit the dragon.
Oh,
these gnolls, man.
Belignith. Hey, they're trained and tortured to be very obedient, if nothing else.
155 for me.
Charge with their waves. Right, Resicatrix. Oh, I forgot actually
Nice.
this guy didn't get his turn. Oh, he's so tired. It just no.
Yes. It is I. Someone was rude and dazed me. But I get to make a saving throw at the start of my turn because of my awesome helmet. So.
It's not
That
a,
would be true if it was something that you could save against.
Oh, that's true. It's end of.
End of turn.
Yes. All right. That's rude.
That's the same reason that Valignith just can't shrug it off for 10 damage.
That is a crit for you.
Oh yeah.
So here we go. It's a miss. And we have
39, and it takes 18 at the start of its turn.
as massive dig into the armor, ripping and tearing. They're pretty tough though, even if they can't hit for anything. So knight manages to stand still. Alright. In Missouri.
As a minor action, she flicks her head back and breathes poison.
Right.
4 targets. 34, 32, 36, and 37 versus reflex.
None of these guys have
Breathes poison. It's so powerful, the epic tier, that even zombies fall before its might.
yeah. Crumble. Just by the force of the blast of it.
That's right. She flips her head back to look at the red wizard and says, "Get down." As she begins to lay into it with a single PowerPoint augmented brutal barrage. A 44, 45, 31, and 35 against the red wizard's armor class.
It's all yes.
32 points of damage and the red wizard falls prone.
Prone.
As a move action, she will perform the gesture that's on her token as she begins laughing and says, "What hope do you have against all of nature?" And ends her turn.
It's like, I don't care about nature. What are the,
That's the problem.
why even is this dragon here? Behind, she just gets. I mean, these zombies are brainless. They've just been told to.
Yep.
Go. They will do their ravaging rush, which means that if they charge, they get a +2 additional power bonus to attack. This will be with a
Okay.
+3, I suppose.
All right. No.
And
Also no.
cicatrix. So yes.
Yes.
Oh no. Gross. Slowed. Ew.
14 damage and slowed save.
Covered in zombies.
Zombie parts. Ugh.
So many zombies.
Malignith.
Right, Valinga's days. So god, the memories. I was days once for 4 years.
He can join the Cicatrix's Phobia Club against being dazed, stunned, and immobilized and grabbed, or really anything.
I think I don't have any AoE left. Just gonna attack this knight. One of these. He doesn't have a penalty when attacking the knight, right?
He does.
He does, okay. 36.
That hits.
Wonderful, for 18 damage.
Yeah. The aura is even stronger when you're marked by them, but they just can't seem to hit, so. Fighting dragons is tough. Take one at a time. Alright. This wizard will stand up. And that whole shifting didn't seem to work. And so we'll take his action to hold up a hand and to use the Shadow Walk ability. He flies 7 squares, landing in an unoccupied square. During this movement, the wizard is insubstantial, taking half damage from things. If anyone takes an attack of opportunity against him, they take 10 necrotic. That's elect to do or not.
Yeah. The Missouri Legion Theory will permit the red wizard to fly away.
And,
These are leisure cranes her head at the night, expecting the night to fly.
he has not spent his action points, so he'll spend it now. Shoot some necrotic rays at Malignant. Oh, Malignant is dazed there. Seems like a good opportunity. Yeah.
I am amazed.
Oh, dude.
Right.
It's not.
That first one would have hit you if only you had
Only a
combat
combat advantage.
Fortune favors the bold, but it does not favor them. Step over
No one
here.
is bolder than vindictive.
So, the Thea Knight shifts.
Mhm.
She teleports.
Swings to scope. Oh, my.
Yeah, that gets it.
Crit. So that is 14 damage.
Okay,
Mark.
that's the wrong mark. Let me add. Sure.
While you're in the size 1 aura, you take -2 to attack rolls. If you're marked, you're also slowed.
Okay.
They begin to get sticky. This was it. Gotta get those necrotic blasts in.
Those, however, hit.
20. Just shift like.
1 second. Malignant is bloodied. Which is
Okay.
always a great time for everyone involved.
Ah,
You should be happy, but
just
tell
click
you I'm
this.
not.
We haven't reached the milestone yet.
No.
Which means I can't use another Dragon Breath. That is sad. But one of your encounter powers. Okay, he's just gonna smack the knight around a bit. Why not?
okay.
38 for
hit.
31 damage. And he didn't use his channel divinity, so I guess it's marked. And the cicatrix can spend the healing surge.
Ah.
Alright.
I choose to do so.
Wait, sorry, I'm reading this wrong. The knight grants combat advantage and is slowed.
Oh, okay. That's different. Sure.
No healing surge?
No healing surge.
Oh. Also,
Yes, also.
well, it's for night number 1, but I forgot that I took the epic feat of triumphant attack. When I crit a creature, it takes -2 defense and attack rolls for the rest of the encounter.
First encounter.
That's pretty
Or night
important.
Noted. All right. Yeah. Then the wizard can still step over here. Good. His knight will attack, but
We are no longer dazed.
not.
And that is a hit.
9 damage, and you're marked. Which means that while you're next to him, you're also slowed.
Food.
Right, and then this one up here will take 18 damage at the beginning of his turn. Slam, and then we'll try to whip this dragon. It looks like a hit. Cicatrix.
That will hit. I get to immediate interrupt him because I'm no longer dazed, and I used my riposte strike, so he will get this. And I will take the 7 damage.
Yeah. And then you are marked. And therefore
Oh,
slowed again.
he is bloodied.
Yes.
Never mind. It's fine.
Alright, Knowles. It's 2 on Zura here.
Second one hits.
Then we have 3 on Malignant.
Wait, that will not hit me. He got -2 to attacks and defense.
Sure.
That's one hit. Those gnolls are good.
They are well-trained gnolls. Yeah, they're the infantry of Thay. Military battle gnolls. Subjects. Covered in zombies.
Yes. Also zombies. Yeah. I'll continue beating up the knight. Right. Window. Yeah.
It's a hit.
And I will shift.
Okay.
That's it.
Missouri.
Okay. Missouri leader here. Let me draw this. Yeah. As a standard action, psionic energy will begin to whirl around her body, and then she delays until after the Ravage toast.
Sure. Unsurprisingly, they move here and attack.
All right, that'll hit 12 damage and am slowed. All right, that takes me to 135.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Missouri.
Okay. The psionic energy is swirling around as I expend 2 power points. This will be in a close burst 1 against each visible enemy. That'll be 5 targets. This will put me at 9 power points. Don't you beep and flash at me. There we go. So 39, 47, 39, 43, and 43 against Everclass for 26 points of damage. I crit a minion, so that won't matter.
Well, that Noel has a bad day at least.
Noel has a bad day as psionic winds just like crush like all of the gnolls and zombies swarming all over her. As a minor action, she cannot be slowed, immobilized, or restrained until the end of the encounter.
Oh.
She looks at the Thayan Knight, who is alone with her. So she has combat advantage, which means she could move away. Thane, this red wizard still up in the air, flying insubstantial?
No, he has to land.
Okay. Missouri Leader here, just glides away between the knight and the wizard and beckons the knight forward, keeping the two separate from each other.
Oh, I hate that.
That'll be the end of her turn.
It also hurts the knight when he's too far from the wizard.
All right.
Yeah.
Repelling speed might be 2, but that does not matter for his boots. So as a move action, he will teleport here.
Huh.
And everyone surrounding him takes 2d8 points of fire damage. 8 fire damage.
Flaming explosion as he just disappears, and I guess like a devilish plume of flame appearing next to this wizard, who doesn't like it either.
And then... sadly, the cicatrix is sort of stuck over there. It's worth... Fillingful will put a heal on himself, and then... sure, let's throw another daily. He will break the line of this wizard with his Linebreaker Assault. Except the macro's broken. Wonderful. Attack 0, that's fine. It's 32 versus Fortitude.
Hits.
And actually, it's a close blast. Is it a close blast free?
Oh, I
It's
barely
not.
miss.
It's not a close blast free. 21.
All right.
This macro is all kinds of wrong.
Yeah.
The damage is wrong. Let me just roll the damage.
Okay.
It's 3d10 plus 13? Yep. No. 8 plus. No, this is correct. It's 29 untyped damage. I can then slide the target 3 squares to an adjacent square, so here. And he stays same ends.
No, he's thrown back. He's like, if you kill me, they will come for you. I'm very much important than the other guy. Some crap like that. They all think. Yeah, no, you've tossed him behind you.
All right. Let's see. That'll be my turn. I'm just gonna do the healing now. That's 18. 26.
Steps back.
She teleports to keep the Red Wizard separate from the Knight?
Touch.
No.
I don't know the Knight. We'll try to catch up. Moving up and trying to mark.
Okay, that will not hit because of the power I hit that Knight with does not have combat advantage against me, and I hit him, which means I have +2 to my armor class.
All right. Good attempt, though.
Let's go to town.
One of you is dazed. Just try to death touch the dragon. Just do something. Looks like a hit, though. Ridiculous.
That is it, yeah.
One of you is
22,
dazed, so then, so just take next.
Oh, my map tools just froze. Nice.
Let's let Jimbo go and be next to him. It's no longer slowed in a voice. This one over here. It's a bad place, but what can you do? There's no escape, really. Probably gonna die anyway. Swing the Scourge. Miss the dragon.
Well, he will get hit back then.
That's a hit. Slamming him. Not much more left. Your signature, your turn.
Oh, I will do a dragon breath on those two then.
Okay. It's a hit.
Oh, and here.
It's a, no, it's also a hit actually, just a hit. He's burnt in acid, melting the last zombie. Oops.
And then, I suppose I will hit that dude again.
To miss. No, wait, he has penalties to himself. Hit. And you'll see the damage is just enough to crumble him.
He has penalties to his health, now even more so.
See. Alright, yeah. You've cleared yourself. Missouri.
Single PowerPoint brutal barrage
Hey.
attack into the Red Wizard. That'll be 32 points of damage, and the Red Wizard falls prone. And I think Missouri Leaderthier, as she does have combat advantage against both, says, like almost like gesturing towards the knight, "You're so alone. Here, save your master," and like clears the way. That'll be end of her turn.
It's like, do it! Do it now!
Yes, the dragon's right.
Move! Get it!
Save me! Okay, the dragon's
Do
right.
something. I already used my wind wall. I assume you're just finishing your movement, Eric. It's fine.
Yes.
But I guess.
But Ignif's gonna attack this guy. Is he? Could use this.
The knight or the wizard?
I don't know yet.
I mean, the wizard is dazed.
Yeah, he's gonna
Plus
attack
2.
the wizard with a righteous brand, yeah. Glance combat advantage, but he has a -2, so it's effectively no change. 35.
Hits.
22 damage, and
Yes.
Berserker gets +3 to melee attack rolls. Might actually be relevant for a change.
Against the target.
That's his turn then.
This was it. Ooh, stand up and try to death touch. What else are you gonna do? You can't shift away. You can't
Misses.
escape.
Dragon is too tough.
Knight will rush over here. Obviously, try to stop.
Also
them.
misses.
It's like
And Visor Legis Theo laughs at them both. You are weak before the wrath of Malar.
Nature. Rules.
you know, they're getting like real scared at this point. Like this is more dragons than they thought were here. It's like 3 times. You know, that's not a
Yeah, that
ratio
is-
you want to be mistaken by. All right. Well, this one over here will try to. It's days 2. Damn. Just touch. Baby throat. These knight
Yeah.
will attack. Recicatrix.
No.
Recicatrix.
Yes. Okay. Cicatrix will use her fool's opportunity. He hits himself. The knight hits himself.
Misses.
No, he hits.
Oh,
I don't know how he marks himself, but he takes the damage.
613.
Till, yeah, shift.
All
He
right.
Yep.
marks himself. He has to attack himself, or else he
Single
takes
power
damage.
point augmented brutal barrage against the Red Wizard. 31, 39, 38, and 43. 32 points of damage, and the Red Wizard falls prone.
Yeah.
She doesn't
Stop
move
messing.
this time. She just used like her move and like minor action to yawn and says, I came all the way up here from the Golfmere for this. And
Our
ends her turn.
numbers are many. You will be overwhelmed.
Please, the fleet of Umberly would stop you if you tried. I'm done with my turn.
Is it-
Alright,
No.
same thing as before against the wizard. That's a crit.
Oh my god.
Okay, she.
I
In
I
the
don't
session
want-
till I can get off the
I was
rest of my
starting with the
Friday.
crit
Yeah,
build,
Matt.
but like,
It's with you. All right. Yeah, you smash him. There's not much left in him. He's the last
what the
leg.
so I don't forget. This is 10 total damage. Rest 10.
The continuing adventures of Rest Chan.
Okay, so that's my turn though.
Only one way away. Stand up and actually move.
Okay. That will be a single power point ego crush attack. 33 versus armor class.
Hits.
22 damage. The Red Wizard cannot gain combat advantage until the end of my next turn, but can escape.
The knight bravely stepped the way.
Misses.
This wizard's kind of feeling this whole like runaway plan. It seems actually like the best plan. Move here. Use his shadow walk to. And I guess I gotta ask you guys: do you want to follow?
Yes.
Yes, I don't think we leave survivors.
Yeah.
We'll have him move this way.
Survivors
then,
are one
just for
thing.
convenience.
Red Wizards are a different one.
Surviving
No.
ghosts.
Non-lich red wizards, that's damage that's gonna stick.
That's right. These could become future legends.
Yeah.
Swing a scourge at Recicatrix. Oh, he hits.
Oh, he does.
8 damage and you're marked.
Aha, that means you're slowed.
Also slowed.
Oh no, I was gonna leap on that guy.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
The agony.
Recicatrix.
As perhaps the Cicatrix has already turned to look
Yeah.
after the guy, and
That's
the
it.
guy
Your
just
speed's
bonks
2,
her.
which means you could like move and then charge a separate action.
Oh, there's an ow! Oh, they're everywhere. Oh,
Everywhere you look, red wizards.
normally I don't like that. You know, but actually, I have a move ability.
Good. Please use it.
Yes, you can move your speed +4. My speed is currently, of course,
Your speed is 2.
2. Which, I mean... Oh, I still can't make it over there, can I?
Yeah, you cannot increase your speed above 2, however. That's part of being slowed.
Oh,
It's part of the requirement of being slowed, specifically in the condition.
that's fair.
You're hit by the cursed slave whip.
Suppose I shift and charge?
Yeah, you can shift and charge. Oh.
Well, that hits.
I do have combat advantages because he's... Oh, no, never mind. That's ongoing. No.
Would you look at that? She gestures. You've abandoned your master. Oh, that's a pity. She like sidesteps around, not provoking. Moves up behind the red wizard. Single PowerPoint brutal barrage attack against the red wizard. That's 2 crits. So that's going to be 32 damage plus an extra 6d8 for 62 points of damage.
How about 12?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, as she just like obliterates the red wizard into smithereens, looks back and says, looks at Lane and says, "You could have prevented that," and ends her turn.
The thing is, he hates the
Wow.
red wizard too, but he doesn't have a choice.
Alright, Valigna, roll, not move that far. I'll move here and charge.
You'll get provoked.
That's annoying.
Which is
Yeah, you don't have the.
I mean, you
He would
slowed
get
and marked.
Here, and then he's slow.
You will escape. There's nothing you
he-
can do. Simply submit. They cannot be defeated.
Wait,
Doesn't take any damage though because he crit last time. Valigna will answer, "Oh, I'm not trying to defeat Faye at this very moment. I'm just trying to kill Feyans, at which I'm being very successful, I do have to say."
You could also take your damage.
No, I do not. I crit last turn, which means I have resist 10.
Okay.
Rest 10.
epic
Rest 10.
characters.
And we're just gonna do a bit of sacred flame against this red wizard trying to run away.
I'm escaping. I'm escaping.
And the cicatrix gets 12 temper points.
Oh,
Shot in the back. Yeah, I can tell you though. These guys have a hard time hitting you, and their damage is a d8 plus 6. I don't think they're pretty tough though. It could take a little while, so I think we can probably just transition to you bludgeoning them to death as well. So,
Okay.
I don't
say
think that's
once
a significant combat challenge.
once
here.
we flank them, I'm
Yeah.
a lot better.
Let's there we go. We can end the session there. We can deal with the roleplay ramifications of this stuff next time since we've gone over.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you have actually stood up against Thayans. There's no trickery here. It's a straight up fight. And they were not ready for 3 epic level dragons.
They will be in the future because they never forget.
Yeah, but
All right, everyone. It's been good. See you all next week. Good work, team.
Yay.
See ya.
Woo.
all right, yeah. With that, we have indeed gone about half an hour over our time. Working out. Good focus. Good fighting, really, man. Even I'm surprised by how tough these dragons are at this point. Just the hit rolls. These poor champion tier creatures can't even be missed, basically. And then when they constantly miss and have crits on top, there's just not much they can do.
Yeah, to hit rolls are nice.
Hmm.
I still have 2 AC less than I should have at my level because I'm still using an armor that has like the old material.
I was gonna say I use a +3 armor. I just
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
I can't
I mean,
have money.
I've got a +3 armor too.
Yeah, like and no materials either. Yeah, like there's no there. Yeah.
Well,
Trolls, oh god.
something to do in the future, perhaps. But for now, let's call it a night. We'll end our stream here. So thank you for watching, and on YouTube, thank you for watching as well. Hopefully it all works now because we're recording. And yeah, good night. We'll probably be back next week unless something unexpected happens. And that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, we'll see.